This is your call.
5.
Good morning and welcome to a rather chilly and breezy Canterbury here. We're on track for day 3 of England Lions versus India A. And safe to say the conditions are somewhat cooler, even though it is the 1st of June already. Well, that is the traditional English weather for you. And Lions are going to be resuming 237 for 2, trailing India A by 320 runs. India A bowled out for 557 yesterday, and we saw a brilliant partnership between Max Holden and Tom Haines, a partnership of 106 between them, and Tom Haines going on to score his 15th first-class century, his 3rd of the season, the 2025 season, and his 15th first-class century. Absolutely brilliant display of batting from him, and although he was dropped a couple of times during his innings, dropped on 11 at second slip once and then dropped on 83 at point whilst he tried to slash one rather uppishly. But you know what they say, when you get given lives, you've got to make sure you use them, and that's exactly what he did. And what a display of batting we got to see from him and, of course, Max Holden. 2 wickets to fall for the Lions. The first of Ben McKinney. He was bowled by Unofficial for 16, and then Emilio Gay as well, unfortunately out. Caught at slip by Sarfraz Khan for 46, and that was a 109-run partnership between Tom Haines and Emilio Gay, which came to a close. But right now, here on day 3 at the Spitfire ground in Canterbury, the players are making themselves onto the pitch in just a moment as India A gather in a huddle. Umpires James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley are all set to walk onto the field of play. And of course, you're listening to commentary here on the ECB website and app from myself, Nikki Chowdhury, and I'm joined by Dan Whiting again on day 3. Dan, good morning and happy 1st of June.
Good morning, Nikki. Let me tell the listeners that Nikki Chowdhury is positively underdressed. After yesterday, the heat in here was unbelievable, and she's turned up today in a summer dress and has had to go and fetch a blanket and a jacket from the car. And yeah, it's I
think it just sums up the great British weather, really.
Well, that's the joy of Britain, isn't it? The wonderful. We're down in the Garden of England. There's some tropical islands here as well. The Isle of Grain, the Isle of Thanet, you know, Isle of Sheppey. But going back to the cricket, Tom Haines, fantastic yesterday. Had a couple of lives. He was dropped on 11 and dropped on 83. Max Holden's been superb as well, I think.
Yeah, he really has. Those two batted really well together, and it just really did seem to deflate India A in the field towards the end of the day. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they look to kickstart day 3. They'll definitely look to be attacking because they will need to get some wickets early on. Otherwise, these two out there in the middle may just start to take the momentum with them once again. But it will be Unofficial to open the bowling from the pavilion end on day 3 here as the Lions resume 237 for 2.
Yeah, I thought India were poor that last hour last night. I thought they were looking disinterested. The silence was deafening. There was just no life to them at all, and I think they will have probably had maybe a bit of a rocket, perhaps. Hopefully they come out this morning firing. Having a chat with Ajit Singh Dale this morning as well before play, and he seemed to think that the wicket was pretty flat. He thought 500 was par on it.
Oh, absolutely, it did look flat, and just the way those two batters got on with their business. First Emilio Gay with Tom Haines, and then of course Max Holden coming out into the middle. It was quite a nice deck to bat on. Well, here we go.
Anshul Kamboj in, and Max Holden leaves that one alone, and it crashes into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel.
I think Kamboj was the most impressive for me yesterday of the bowlers, because I just think Mukesh Kumar did spray a little bit, and he's not really known to spray that much, but yesterday it wasn't as impressive as I thought he would be. Anshul Kamboj, though, really was trying to keep it tight. He has a lovely action, really good tight load point as he approaches the crease, and I'd say he was probably the best of the seamers yesterday for India A.
Yeah, India's over rate wasn't great towards the end. Holden pushed that into the offside. That's the first run of the third day. Yeah, India's over rate wasn't great towards the end last night. I think they took an hour and 20 to bowl the last 17 overs. And we were done by just after 6:30, which in test match terms is about the going rate. But there's no DLS in this, which tends to delay things in test matches.
Yeah, it was awfully slow.
Yeah. Here's Haynes. He's going to resume on 103. And he has crashed that one into the gully. No run. Good stop.
Yeah, I really liked to watch Tom Haynes yesterday. The way he was playing against Dubé, who was bowling from the pavilion end, really managed to adjust Dubé to bowl the line that Haynes wanted to get. A few of those reverse sweeps just got Dubé to come slightly straighter, and then there was that flick into the leg side that was on all day of the week for Haynes, and it was nice to see how he just played around with the line.
Yeah, the team who are bringing you pictures at home are Badger and Coombs, and that's no run, no real sense of timing there from Haynes. And they'll feel at home with this weather, won't they? They're all from the northwest, and they struggled to acclimatise to the heat yesterday, but this is far more to their liking.
Safe to say I'm struggling to acclimatise to the weather here, although clearly some of the spectators are as well wrapped up.
Well, you're off to Mumbai soon anyway, so you'll be all right. You'll be all right. You can get your summer dress out there with confidence. Cambodge. Ooh, playing a miss by Haynes. I was speaking to the media team also at Kent, and they're gearing up for their first home T20, which is on Friday week. Tickets are still available on the Kent website, and they're playing Surrey, which is apparently the oldest rivalry in cricket, and they call it El Claqueto because Clackett Lane services on the M25. Apparently half of it's in Kent and half of it's in Surrey, so it's known as El Claqueto. There we go.
Love the innovation.
You learn something new every day, don't you? Haynes plays that one out to deep backward point, and he'll pick up another single. Josh Hull just having a little wander around.
Here's the first run of the day. Tom Haynes, 104 to him, and of course I've said it once already, but the way he batted yesterday, really a joy to watch, and we had best seats in the house on that innings from him, and I just really hope he continues to go about his business in that calm, composed way this morning, and maybe he could be on for a daddy 100. There's a lot of time to bat, trailing by 318 runs here, England Lions.
Nikki, where do you see this going today? What's England Lions' plan first of all?
I think it's pretty straightforward, isn't it, Dan? They'd be wanting to bat through.
Just to bat and bat and bat and bat once.
Absolutely, because look at the deck. It's a lovely deck to bat on. And the runs are flowing.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit overcast initially this morning. They'll have to just play that out. But the way Max and Tom Haynes batted yesterday towards the later part of the day, runs to be scored. Doesn't beat the fielder. It'll just be interesting, though, to see how India A approached it, especially with their bowling attack this morning, because yesterday they did go off on the defence pretty early on. We saw that there wasn't much movement in the ball, and then they were very quick to put a deep cover on the line. Today, they will really need to break through here.
Yeah, I can see England trying to get 400 today. It's not out of the realms a possibility at all. We saw 380, I think, yesterday, didn't we? 380 runs.
Lovely looking shot, but again, won't beat the fielder. And Tom Haynes likes a little bit of width, and sometimes he can be prone to just chasing one.
So if the Lions can get 400 and bat all day today, that would give them 640. It would then, I think they'd be looking to bowl India A out in 2 sessions tomorrow and chase down in the final session, 100 or so.
Yeah, I don't think you're far off. Well, that one stays low. Goes for the short arm jab, and that really stays low from Rana.
Yeah, we saw yesterday a couple of signs of wear and tear, didn't we? A couple scooted through to that final session last night.
Yeah, it said, and just means you just got to watch it that little bit extra. And going through to Dhruv Jurel at a nice height, some of them, and then some of them down towards his shins. Just got to be cautious of that as the wicket gets some more wear and tear. And he waits on this nicely, Tom Haynes. Will just be the one. 240 for 2, the Lions.
Yeah, wicket keepers prefer places with a bit of bounce, don't they? They don't like scrambling around their bootlaces.
It's not easy on the back.
No. No. Yeah, I think India A, I mean, how do they approach it? They're looking to bowl the Lions out for another 150 probably.
Yeah, they'll need to get wickets here. They need to bowl the Lions out. Again, stays low, watches it well, Max Holden. 241 for 2.
So 150 would give the Lions 400-ish. And that would give India A lead of 150, 160. If then that they can, put on another 100, 150 quite quickly, they could set something up about 300 plus for tomorrow.
Yeah, I do think this initial hour is a very crucial period right here. If India A don't manage to get a breakthrough, that will change the course of how this game could look. They are bowling tighter lines early on this morning. That will conclude the first over from Rana, bowling from the Nackington Road end. And second over of the day completed. Lines are 241 for 2.
Yep, quiet start.
They'll be wanting to bowl that off stump line. And you can see the sweaters also being run out onto the field of play. It's a bit chilly. They wouldn't be used to these conditions, especially when they've just come from playing in the IPL across India. Temperatures in play, it's a bit chilly. They wouldn't be used to these conditions, especially when they've just come from playing in the IPL across India. Temperatures in and you're absolutely humbled by the weather.
It's lovely.
Spectators still making their way through into the crowd.
Yeah, we've got a couple of dogs for company on our left-hand side.
Yeah, some Yorkshire Terrier dogs. Had a little chat with our owner before we got underway today.
Being very well behaved. Cambodge, as that's hit Holden on the hip. Remember, England Lions have got 7 left-handers in their top 7. I've never known anything like it. I mean, 3's a lot.
That's true. At least it's easier for the India A bowlers to at least maintain their line a bit more. It's not like you're having that left-hand, right-hand combination where you have to make that adjustment, especially if they're ticking the scoreboard over. At least here they're able to get settled into that line outside the off-stump or on-off stump.
Holden gets up on his toes, pushes that out to deep point. And we'll just take a single. Yeah, I mean, it's... With the 7 left-handers, I wonder if that does come into play, if England do have to bat last on this. And that's probably why they want to ensure that they bat only once. So therefore it's India who have to bat last on it. Because there'll be footholds.
Yeah, Josh Hull created some of those. Holding his left arm seam.
He's Cambodge. Haynes gets forward.
Actually, talking about some of those rough patches yesterday, we did see a few deliveries from the spinner bowling at the pavilion end yesterday from Harsh Dubey. Some of them were turning when they got into the rough patches that were created by Josh Hull, who was bowling around the wicket for England Lions. And I wonder how those are going to play out today. Tom Haynes later on in his innings might not be too happy with that as a left-hander.
Yeah, Canterbury has got a reputation for turn. So that's just played out to mid-on. It's the home of deadly Derek Underwood. Fine bowler. Sadly passed away early last year. But in the days of uncovered tracks, he was, as his nickname suggests, deadly.
I think I'd just be pretty terrified if someone had the nickname Deadly.
Bouncer. Haynes weaves it. There's some wonderful nicknames. I got an email a few weeks back of a lady at Gloucestershire, and there's a gentleman at her cricket club who has the nickname of Rob Berry, and his nickname is Daylight.
Yeah, you do get some interesting nicknames, and some of them are not very imaginative, and then some of them just on a different end of the spectrum.
Yeah. Paul Remains, who was at Gloucestershire as well, had the nickname of Human. Human Remains. And Shaw's, that's played out to deep. Backward point again. It's been quite busy through that region. 244 for 2. Haynes has added 3 to his overnight total. He's on 106. Holden on to 67.
And of course, we're here in Canterbury at the Spitfire Ground, the home of Kent County Cricket Club. We've seen a fair share of Indian cricketers who've come over to play overseas cricket. Rahul Dravid, the Wall being one of them. And of course, in recent times, we've seen Yuzurinder Chahal come and play for Kent, Arshdeep Singh, Navdeep Saini.
Holden just getting up on his toes, pushing that back to the bowler. That completes the 55th over. Kent have had some really good overseas over the years. I mean, Muralitharan, Steve Waugh, Asif Iqbal was here in the 70s. And Kent were a very good one-day side.
It used to happen quite frequently back in the day, didn't it? When you'd see international players come down and spend the summers in England playing county cricket.
Yeah.
It happens now, but still not at that level.
No, they tend to sort of come and go, don't they? They flit in and out. It's not often that you get someone, say, like Simon Harmer at Essex, who comes back year after year after year. Whereas, you know, back in the old days, you associated overseas with counties where they spent years. You know, people like Courtney Walsh at Gloucestershire.
Bit of wit there for Tom Haynes. And plays that on the rise. Again, just up and down with the bounce we're seeing here on day 3. Push that out to deep point. Yeah, some great players have come over though, and English county cricket down at Sussex by the sea. You've had, of course, the great Mansoor Ali Khan Pataudi. Imran Khan played for Sussex.
Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't a bad attack. Imran Khan from one end and Garth LaRue, the South African. It was quite sharp.
Talking about sharp, it's a short delivery and it's ducked out by Holden. Dhruv Jurel thinks there's something on it, but I think Max Holden's just managed to duck himself underneath in time. It was a very half-hearted.
I think that's might hit him on the head because they're calling for the physio, the concussion protocol. Let's have another look. Yeah. Hit him right on the badge.
Managed to watch it well enough. Yeah, that kind of followed him, didn't it, from Harshit Rana. Lucky they have helmets nowadays, though. Gone are the days when batters used to not have a helmet. Sunil Gavaskar, great ducker of the short ball, and it makes you think, actually, Dan, that had helmets not been invented, would we still be seeing levels of leave like we are now, or has the quality of leaving dropped? Because now you know that as a batter, you do have that protection on your head.
Yeah, I think players are more inclined to take on the hook shot. Gavaskar was one of the first people to have some sort of head protection as well. He used to wear like this sort of, like a sort of a skull cap underneath the floppy hat.
Yeah, but it wasn't exactly like a helmet like we have nowadays. It's just, we have something on your head to maybe give you that mental piece that there is something there, but still, when you've got it whizzing past you at around 90 odd miles an hour, and of course, as soon as that ball passes that 85 miles per hour threshold, every mile per hour above that you can feel as a batter. This one, a bit of movement away from Holden. Goes with his hands on that one.
Yes, Gavaskar was like a pioneer. He was one of the first people to wear some sort of head protection, and then the helmets came out, and the sort of the early ones. I remember Dennis Amiss wearing one, which was sort of something akin to what Neil Armstrong would wear on his moon landing. And they've got better. I mean, they're lighter and they're better now. They're more protective, aren't they?
Oh, they're very advanced now. The technology that you get in helmets are not too heavy on your head, and they sit nicely. That's nice there from Holden, a bit more affirmative with his stride into the ball. I mentioned Mansoor Ali Khan Pataudi, of course, the Pataudi Trophy, which is what England are going to be playing for in that series, which commences at the end of the month. I can now say it's the end of the month. Time's absolutely flying by.
Was that the Nawab of Pataudi? Yeah, he lost an eye, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. Was it a car crash? Was it a car crash? I think. I don't know.
You want to probably have to take that up. I think it was. And to talk about taking on the short ball, that's exactly what's been done by Max Holden. A lovely little swivel, and that will find the boundary. 4 runs to him. And the Lions move on to 249. Holden pushes into the 70s. He's on 71.
I think Ranji might have been at Sussex as well. I'll have a look at that in a second.
That's a lovely looking shot there from Max Holden. Just advancing down the wicket to Harshit Rana. Although that does mean he's kind of making his life a tad more difficult, as advancing down the pitch means he's adding a few miles per hour to the delivery he's facing. Oh, and that's that one. Goes nicely with the hands. They will find the boundary again. Very late movement there from Harshit Rana. And Max Holden does a terrific job to watch that right till the swing breaks away from him. And that will conclude the end of the over. 56 overs gone in the Lions innings. And these two starting nicely here on day 3.
Yeah, here we go, Nikki. I've cleared it up. Thanks to a certain website. On 1st July 1961, the Nawa Pataudi was a passenger in a car.
Yeah, score 253 for 2 for the lines, and Holder moves on to 75 with that boundary. Yeah, it was a car accident, wasn't it?
Yeah. Shard of glass from the windscreen.
Yeah, so they are keeping the name as well for that England versus India series. So there was a bit of discussion thinking, are they going to rebrand the trophy that they play for? But no, it's going to stay the same.
Cambodge. That's off the thigh pad, I think. No, it's runs. It's a fine little tickle there from Holden. I thought that was off the thigh pad. But,
Haynes moves on to 111
sorry,
with
it's
that.
Haynes. Yeah, it's Haynes. Sorry, I do apologise. But it's very fine. Just a little tickle down the leg side, wasn't it?
Ever. So fine. And just with that, actually, just brought fine leg slightly finer. Was a bit square.
Here's Anshul Cambodge. Haynes pushes that into the covers. Ranjit Singhji did play for Sussex, as well as Cambridge University. He was the Maharaja of Nawanagar, and he was known as the father of Indian cricket. And the Ranji Trophy is named after him. His nephew Julep Singhji also played for Sussex.
Yeah, there's a picture of him at the Sussex Museum. You know, it's a very famous photo of him, which I'll describe after this delivery here from Unofficial.
In he comes. Oh, that's a good delivery. That beats Haynes. Yeah.
It's a one-legged photo, basically. He's quite known for lifting that front leg up as he goes to play the shot, especially there's a cut shot like that. And it's quite the image. Very distinctive way of playing the cut shot.
Like a flamingo.
You could say that. Played the shot like a flamingo.
Well, I think Kevin Peterson called it the flamingo, didn't he? But defended by Haynes. He obviously didn't invent it, though.
No, Jaydev Unadkat as well played at Sussex just recently, actually. He was signed by them to come and bowl for them in the county championship. And of course Chitheshwar Pujara, who Tom Haynes has spent a lot of time with, and he said he's been able to take a lot in from the experienced Indian batter. Been quite insightful for his development.
Yeah, their recruitment's been excellent. Sussex, recent years overseas. Haynes defends. Jaden Seals another. He'll be playing against England in, well, that's going now actually, that game, in Cardiff. England versus the West Indies. West Indies lost the toss, put in by England, and they're 17 for 1. Bryden Cast with a wicket. I do enjoy a trip to Cardiff. You've not been down there?
No, I've never been.
Ah. That's pulled on the swivel by Haynes. And they'll get one out to deeps. And they'll get one out to deeps. And they'll get one out to deep square. Yeah, Cardiff's very nice, very pleasant place. 258 for 2.
Yeah, it's a lovely little swivel from Tom Haynes. He played that shot really well. He is actually very quick to pick up that length there. If it's slightly back of a length, he's immediately rocks onto his back foot, and he's not going to waste any time. He played a lovely short arm jab against Anshul Cambodge yesterday, whilst he was batting from the pavilion end, and it raced away down towards the ice cream truck boundary line. Lovely short arm jab from him. Really quick hands. He's like, didn't have much space either. He's on 112, holding at 75.
I'm going to forever call that now the ice cream truck boundary line.
I'll take credit for that.
Copyright Nikki Chowdhury.
Oh, it's been put down.
Again.
Again. That's the second time Dhruv Jurel has done that now in the England Lions innings. He dropped Emilio Gay yesterday when he was on 9, and it was exactly the same as that. Dropped into his hands and immediately out again. Just makes me think he's got pretty hard hands with the gloves on.
That is unbelievable.
That's another life there for Tom Haines.
We were discussing this in the Kent Media Centre, and we sort of said we've seen those happen where a keeper spills a regulation, but probably less than 1 in 1,000. And now it's happened twice in the same innings.
That's beautiful lean. First slices the face on contact. We'll be happy to get to the other end after that, Tom Haines.
It's as if they're too easy, aren't they? They're sort of, I don't know, maybe is he snatching at the ball? Is he, you know, got the old symbols going on?
Yeah, you can't be dropping those. Those are regulation. If you're dropping those, if a harder one comes your way, you haven't really got a chance.
No, I think even, you know, in third 11 cricket, you'd be disappointed.
Again, these two just ticking things over from the moment that first ball has been bowled here on day 3 at Canterbury. England Lions resumed 237 for 2, and they have swiftly moved on to 260. Slightly overcast, there's a little bit of blue sky, and you'd hope they try and use the conditions in their favour as much as they can. That one short ball on middle stump line, that's well ducked out by Haines.
Yeah, Rana's not happy, and you can't blame him. Was he the bowler yesterday as well? I think he was, wasn't he? When Gay was dropped.
He was indeed. Well, when you're running in 20 odd yards, you're bending your back. You've kept up your part of the bargain. Now you rely on the teammates to do the rest.
Yeah, these are easy chances. I said, even at club level, at lower 11s, you would be disappointed if your keeper didn't hold those.
Bit of a push there from Tom Haines. Yeah, you can just see a little bit more of oomph coming in from Harshit Rana as he really gets the skates on from the Nackington Road end.
It is as if they've both been sort of too easy, because they've both been right in the breadbasket.
Maintain the run rate as well. Into the 5th over of the day.
Hiya, where on the ATV website can you see the stream? Do you have to log into it? Oh, okay. It's just the commentators and that's
This is better. This is where Rana wants to keep bowling. And you need to be relentless here. In this first hour, that's the line you want to be bowling.
Yeah, half an hour gone this morning. No mishaps for the Lions. but that's courtesy of Dhruv Jurel, the Indian wicketkeeper, who has just shelled a sitter.
Yeah, that was the first chance, so to speak, of the morning. Tom Haines dropped on 112. Dropped twice yesterday, once this morning.
Had a very nice chat with the Indian security guy this morning. His name's Anishal, I think, his name. And yeah, just sat and had a cup of coffee and just sort of spoke to him, like just having a chat like old mates for about 15 minutes. Lovely guy.
I saw him pacing around the boundary earlier.
Oh, and Dhruv Jurel holds one. No, does he? Has it been given? Holden's standing there. It's an edge behind. Dhruv Jurel is confident. Holden has just stood there. The umpires are having a little bit of a conflab.
Holden's determined he's not got anything on that.
It's not out. It's not out. What's gone on here?
I will just say, the way that went through to Dhruv Jurel, though, it did stay pretty low. I'm assuming if there was an edge on it, that would have had a bit of a higher trajectory going through to the keeper.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have gone on a downwards trajectory into the gloves of Jurel. We'll have to watch it back again.
It's definitely an edge. Ooh, that looks like it's gone straight in the gloves. But I think the umpire at the non-striker's end, you know, thought there was an edge, because that's why he conferred with his colleague at square leg to see if it carried. And obviously Tom Lungley at square leg has said no, it didn't. I thought it's gone straight into the gloves there of Jurel. See if we can see another replay of that. That's just defended by Holden.
That's an interesting one. Well, I don't think the umpire think it carried. Dhruv Jurel and the rest of the India A squad absolutely determined that it did. Well, at the end of the day, that's not been given, so...
I'm surprised. Nikki and I are both looking at each other, sort of thinking, why is that not out? Poor old Dhruv Jurel, he finally holds one and it's not given. Oh, that's hit Holden in the unmentionables. Ouch.
Going to need a little bit of a breather there, Max Holden. Safe to say.
Yep.
Thank goodness for all the protection you get in cricket nowadays, eh?
You can have all the protection you want when you get boxed.
Can't say I can speak from experience there, Dan, I'm afraid.
It's that feeling of, have I got away with it, have I not? Because sometimes you get hit and you do get away with it. And you're waiting for the pain to come on and you go, ah, it's the biggest relief. Holden just drops that into the offside. It's a little get-out shot. And they'll come through for an easy single. 261 for 2. Holden still wincing. He's grinning now, so he's all right.
Bowling against the wind here, Anshul Kamboj.
Haines gets on the front foot. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. It's the wind. I think it's coming from over the aim stand, isn't it?
And it's coming across to him into Cambodian. It's pretty breezy. The flags are enjoying themselves above the Frank Woolley stand, having a sway.
Yeah, it's a lovely view from the back of that stand over the city and towards the cathedral. Cambodge, good delivery. Haynes.
I like that, changes his angle in to Tom Haynes here. End of the over, 261 for 2.
Yeah, well, Haynes has been there for 173 balls, so you've got to be doing something well to go past his outside edge.
Yeah, he was maintaining just going right arm over to the left-hander. Just
here's that. Here's the replay.
Yeah, this is a replay where Max Holden supposedly had a little edge to it into the gloves of Drew Durrell. He finally managed to hold on to one. It was given not out in the end. But you know what, Dan? I'm not sure that carried.
Well,
it doesn't look. It's just the trajectory it drops in at.
Yeah, I mean, initially to the sort of naked eye, it looks like it's gone straight into the gloves, but I'm wondering if it hasn't carried.
There we go. Harshit Rana straight back on the money there.
Ajit Singh Dale just having a little wander around the boundary. Who's that with him?
Clearly not feeling the breeze in shorts.
They're made of stern stuff.
You think they would be when they come and drop it in at 82, 83 miles an hour.
They make them tough in Ascot, where Ajit's from.
So Holden dropped on 76, or you can say that one didn't carry through to Drew Durrell.
Yeah.
India A disappointed them. Well, that's 2 opportunities in this morning's session so far. Tom Haynes dropped on 112 by Drew Durrell. That one straight into the hands of the India A keeper and straight out again off the bowling of Harshit Rana, who's round the wicket. That's a beautiful looking shot there from Max Holden, and it's got the legs to go all the way. Abhimanyu Ishran, the India A captain, on the chase. He might as well save his legs there. Max Holden's looked in fine touch since he's come in this morning. Doesn't look like he had to go home overnight, that's for sure. And the score will move on to 265 for 2.
That was gorgeous, wasn't it? Real timing there from Holden. Elegance personified.
That one a bit more tentatively played by Holden. Doesn't move his feet much. Yeah, Yashasvi Jaiswal on ball shining duties this morning on day 3 as England Lions take on India A. You're listening and watching all the action right here on the ECB website and app. Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury, talking you through all the action right here from the Spitfire ground in Canterbury, the Garden of England. 2 slips in a gully. And this one will find the boundary once again. And that's straying too much down the leg side there from Harshit Rana. Needs to bowl stump to stump here, but again, just the tendency to go a bit too far down the leg side, and that will be helped along by Holden.
Thank you. If we're in the Garden of England, am I the compost heap at the bottom of the garden?
269 for 2. Holden on to 85. 27 years old he is. Plays that from the crease, and that will conclude the end of the over. 8 overs gone in the day. 269 for 2. Haynes on 113. Holden on 85. Trailing by 288 here. 2 boundaries off that over from Harshit Rana.
Yeah, he's 27, although he's been around a hell of a long time. Had a little loan spell when he was young. I think he went to Northamptonshire.
Former England under-19 captain, came through the Middlesex pathway and made his debut aged 19 back in 2017. And once described by the MD, the former MD at Middlesex, as one of the most exciting young cricketers in the country.
Yeah, and the Middlesex boys say, I'll come on to it after this ball. It's driven pleasantly. It's probably one there, but they don't want to be taking risks. Luke Holman said to me in an interview, his Middlesex colleague, that Max Holden's 180 odd against Lancashire early in the season is the best knock they've ever seen him play. Said it was absolute brilliance. Highly rated at Lord's. And Shaw goes past the outside edge again of Haynes' bat. Haynes isn't looking as fluent this morning as he did yesterday.
No, he isn't. I'd say Max Holden definitely looking more fluid than Haynes early this morning. Holden, of course, used to playing on a slope, having played a lot of his cricket for Middlesex and at Lord's, where we know there's quite a prominent slope north of the river. Home of the MCC as well, Marylebone Cricket Club.
Pulled. It's only going to be 2 though, as that's cut off out in the deep. That Mukesh Kumar, is it? I think India have confused us by changing all their shirts and their numbers around since we took the numbers yesterday morning. Well, they're not wearing the numbers that correlate with the scorecard.
They've been wearing a different shirt number every day. And of course, the Marylebone Cricket Club, also known as the MCC, bringing up some big news recently as well. Oof, a lovely delivery here from Anshul Kamboj. It stays wide of the crease here.
The consensus from media guys was that edge carried.
Just had a word with your chap, did you?
Yeah, Fred Atkins here, who's well known in the Kent cricketing press.
Well, carried or not, it's been given as not out. Max Holden given another life at 76.
Anshul around the wicket. Haynes pushes that to cover. No run.
I was just mentioning that the MCC, the Marylebone Cricket Club, just announced that they're going to be relaunching their Young Cricketers programme after a 5-year hiatus. The programme, which offered 22 amateur cricketers a shot of becoming a professional cricketer, will be back, and it actually produced quite a few cricketers. Finn Hudson-Prentice from Sussex actually part of that programme as well, and now look at him.
Yeah, Ben Curran.
Yeah, opportunity to train at Lord's. Basically living the life of a professional cricketer.
Anshul. Haynes pushes that to mid-off, no run. Yeah, they've had some good head coaches there. Steve Kirby, now the bowling coach at Somerset.
Dates back to the 1920s. It ran up until 2019 and then has not been in place since the pandemic. It's going to be led by former England Test star Graham Swan, of course. He's been appointed the head coach in this new revamped format of the Young Cricketers programme.
Yeah, Mark Lane as well, now head coach at Gloucestershire. He was one of the previous head coaches there, back in sort of 2015, something like that. Haynes pushes that to mid-off. That's the ND over. 272 for 2.
And it's going to be under the watchful eyes of Graham Swan that players who've been either released by their counties or maybe just knocking at that door yet to be discovered will get the chance to play against high-level oppositions and receive the first-class level of coaching. And with one player then awarded a spot in a county's Metro Bank one-day cup squad in August. They'll also be awarded a sponsorship package with Gray Nichols.
Ah, okay.
In its early days, though, it included players such as Dennis Compton and Sir Ian Botham, Phil Tufnell, Alex Hales, David Milan. So it's an exciting programme. Another opportunity to shoot your shot as well. If you've been released by a county and you still have the fire in you. Talking about fire, we will need some fire here from Harshit Rana. I'm sure that's budding inside of him.
The YCs used to have to do all sorts back in the day, though, when there was a test match.
Especially at Lord's. The Lord's test matches, the young cricketers would be the 12th and 13th drink runners for the England side,
or sometimes field. Don Topley, who played at Essex and is one of our colleagues on the commentary for BBC Essex. He famously caught one of the West Indians in 1984 and then stepped over the rope. I think it might have been Desmond Haynes or Gordon Greenwich, I can't remember.
Has a flirt with that one, Max Holden.
They used to have to sell scorecards, like 10p or whatever outside.
Jordan Thompson from Yorkshire, Ben Sears, Billy Root at Glamorgan, brother of Joe Root, Kashafali at Worcestershire.
Was he a YC, was he? He came through the Saka as well, didn't he, Kashafali?
And of course, former head coaches such as Mark Lane, Ajmal Shehzad, Steve Kirby. Glad to see that back up and running. Oh, lovely. That one holds a line. He plays for the first line here, Max Holden. Taking away from the left-hander here, Harshit Rana. And he really bent his back there in that delivery.
Steve Kirby's one of the funniest men in cricket. He's got some stories up his sleeve. Most of them not suitable to be retold here on air. Don't want Ofcom onto us, but he's a very funny man.
Get a fair share of stories around the cricketing circuit. Drifts too straight here, and this will not find the boundary. It slows down, outfield slowing down on that leg side here in Canterbury. We'll come back for a couple of runs. 274 for 2.
He's got some interesting ones about India as well. He played in the... Remember there was a competition, I think probably about 2010, something like that, of all the sides who won their one-day or their T20 trophy all around the world would go and play in India. And Somerset shouldn't have even been there.
Hops on him here, and there's a smart running between the two Lions batters out there in the middle.
I think Somerset got through to the semi-final, and he got Virat Kohli out, Steve Kirby. Yeah, in in that competition.
That reminds me, Virat Kohli was due to be playing for Surrey back in 2018. He had signed for Surrey to come over and play in the county championship. That one not quite timed well from Haynes. End of the over, 275 for 2. Yeah, he was signed by Surrey to come and play in the county championship before the test series again. And unfortunately, due to a niggle in his neck, I believe it was, then he couldn't come over. But that would have been quite the signing. Virat Kohli
Certainly would, yeah.
coming out to bat at the Kia Oval. I was very excited that when I heard that announcement.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Although Pujara at Sussex is, you know, that's a big name. I mean, Kohli's the...
Yeah, but I did think, I was like, what happens if I end up going to training one day and just next to Kohli in the net? That would have been pretty incredible, wouldn't it? But it wasn't to be, unfortunately.
Did you play at Surrey, did you?
Yeah, south of the river.
Okay. How long did you play there?
Gosh. From the time I was 17... so we're going to have a change in bowling from the pavilion end. So started at Sussex.
Right.
Then moved to Surrey at the age of, for my under-17s, county age group.
I think it's Shardul Thacker, by the way. Yeah, go on, sorry, carry on.
And then, yeah, played county age group at under-17, under-19, was part of the EPP Academy at that time, women's team.
Did you play for the full Surrey side? Yeah, yeah.
I got my cap.
Did you? Have you still got it?
Of course.
Yeah?
Of course, I looked after my cap.
How many games did you play? That's just clipped down to long leg for an easy single for Haynes. Do you play at the Oval?
I did play at the Oval.
Yeah.
Played T20 against Middlesex at the Oval, and then do you remember the year when the Australian Aboriginal side came over?
Yeah, yeah.
And they were touring England, so we had a fixture against them as well at the Oval, which was splendid. Ashley Gardner came over with that side.
Wow. Haynes just pushes that down to mid-on.
Yeah, first change of bowling from the pavilion end here this morning in Canterbury. Shardul Thacker replacing Kambodge.
Tell you what, the Kent shop has done quite well out of the Indian fans. There's a number of Indian fans walking around with Kent merchandise. Here is Shardul. That's creamed that extra cover.
Hasn't timed that ever so well, actually, Tom Haynes. Head just comes off the ball a little bit, hence it goes a bit uppishly towards extra cover. Just seen that this morning, especially compared to yesterday in his stance. He really tried to put in the effort to drop his head forward, Tom Haynes, to make sure that head is going towards the ball. Not doing it to the same level here this morning.
Here is Thacker. Oh, Haynes has a big waft outside the off stump, not making any contact. Shardul Thacker just pushing that one wide of off stump, seeing if he can tempt Tom Haynes, and he takes the bait. .276 for 2. Oh, that's another big Yahoo by Haynes.
Yeah, in a different mindset here at the moment, Tom Haynes. Just trying to go after a few out of his reach.
Yeah, he's been quite quiet today. He started overnight on 103 and he's only added 12 in the first hour. As that's a lovely shot to mid-on and scampers through for a quick single. Holden has to get his skates on.
And that's more like it from him. And we'll also conclude the end of the over. 2 runs from that first over of the morning from Shardul Thakur. 277 for 2. 11 overs bowled in the day. Trailing by 280 here now. Max Holden 11 runs shy of his 8th first-class century. Made his first first-class century back in 2018 against Derbyshire. Made in Championship 100 against Derbyshire back in 2018.
Got an ESPN profile, Nikki. I'm just looking at you. I'm stalking you.
We're going to have a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end as well. Mukesh Kumar is going to come into the attack for the very first time this morning. Was a bit spray yesterday. Personally, I don't think he was bending his back and just coming off the ball a little bit. Just pushing it through, hopefully comes with a bit more oomph this morning. That's a nice one first up.
West Indies, by the way, 62 for 1 at Cardiff against England. Lost a wicket early. Bryden Carse managing to get one early on. Managed to get Jewel Andrew caught by Will Jacks for a duck.
Yeah, best West Indies, both men and women over here in the country at the moment. Just wide of mid-on, just the one here for Holden. He moves on to 90 now.
Hopefully it's a more competitive game than the one we saw at Edgbaston last Wednesday, which England won by 238 runs. England rattling up 400. Everyone getting runs there. Jacob Bethel just back from the IPL, top scored. But Root got runs, didn't he? Harry Brook got runs. I think they all chipped in.
Just a bit of a delay. I think someone's right behind the sight screen. There's a bunch of kids playing right behind the sight screen, and that's disrupting the vision of Max Holden. Again, that's too far down, I'd say. Just wants to keep it on that middle off line, does Mukesh Kumar. I'll be happy just to rotate if he bowls at that line. Off the hips, yes please.
Yeah, it's not a threatening line, is it? It's not a wicket-taking line.
No, it isn't. You want to really challenge that outer edge. All gone up here.
Pitched outside leg stump.
That's more for the cleed.
Yeah, I think it's going down as well. But it's definitely pitched outside leg stump.
India A really desperate here to break this partnership. back of a length there from Kumar. England Lions resumed day 3 on 237 for 2. Partnership of 148. Run partnership between Emilio Gay and Tom Haynes yesterday, when Emilio Gay ended up getting caught at slip. Leans back and that will find the boundary. He's been after that shot for a while, Tom Haynes. He's finally got it. Connected it just like he wanted. And he will move on.
That declaration? It is?
Oh, it's drinks.
Oh, it's drinks. That did me yesterday as well, didn't it?
You're quite keen to see the declaration, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
I thought it's a bit extravagant, isn't it?
It's the first hour gone, so it will be drinks. And Tom Haynes is on 121. Holden on 90. 64 innings completed in the Lions innings. 12 overs bowled so far this morning, and it's just going to be drinks. As India A were bowled out for 557 yesterday. Of course, we saw the double ton from Karun Nair, 204 for him. Dhruv Jurel scoring 94. Sarfraz Khan out on day 1 after scoring 92. And then we had a bit of a contribution from the lower order. Dubey 32. Shradul Thakur with 27. Shradul Thakur came in and really went bish bash bosh. And Anshul Kamboj contributing with 23 as well. Ultimately, India A 557 all out. And then in reply, the Lions, well, we lost the wicket of Ben McKinney. He was bowled. His off stump went flying by Anshul Kamboj. He went for 16, and then Emilio Gay put on a 109-run partnership with Tom Haynes, and then ultimately ended up trying to sweep one. He had no idea where the ball went. Well, it went straight into the hands of Sarfraz Khan, and Gay had to go for 46. And that meant that lovely partnership came to an end. And then, well, since then it's been Max Holden and Tom Haynes out there in the middle going ever so strong. And the India bowlers, well, they've been struggling to get those breakthroughs ever since. And this partnership between the two left-handers now of 152. Good partnerships throughout the innings so far of the Lions.
Yeah, this over rate from India again is dreadful. They bowled this morning 12 overs in an hour and 5 minutes. And I think the umpires need to possibly step in and have a word, because there's a lot of people here who've come up, and a lot of Indian fans who've come up to support them, and they're not getting value for money. Bowled 17 inning. Bowled 17 inning. Bowled 17 in an hour and a half at the back end of last night. So in 2.5 hours they bowled 29 overs in the last 2.5 hours of play.
What do we say, 3.5 minutes? Oh.
In club cricket 3.5, but in the county championship 3 3/4, yeah. Yeah.
As drinks have been taken. Just having a chat, India A, amongst themselves. 283 for 2, the Lions. And drinks was taken after the first hour. The umpires clearly want to speed something on, because James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley are already stood ready to go. If that's not a polite way of saying chop chop. 6 runs off the last over from Mukesh Kumar.
Well, at this rate, I think we're going to get out of here about 7:30 tonight.
That's you being generous. I thought it was going to be like I'm going to have to have my dinner here.
We're on overtime now, aren't we, Nicky?
Get dinner delivered.
We're just Just have to put a bed at the back of the marquee and sleep here for the night.
Well, they seem to be ready to go now.
Pushed into the offside by Holden, who wants to come back for 2 and moves on to 92.
I like the running between these two. They've ran really well.
Yeah, they have. Poor throw though there, and you're just looking a little bit scrappy. They needed a wicket early on this morning, didn't they?
Yeah, they looked scrappy yesterday. The fielding wasn't up to par. And you thought they might be coming back this morning slightly revamped, and unfortunately it hasn't been. Look quite casual.
Yeah. Holden pushes that to mid-off, who's quite deep actually. Probably halfway back to the boundary. Down the hill though. And that's a very fast part of the ground that he's protecting down there. You've got the practice wickets in front of the Frank Woolley stand. And once the ball goes across those, it's 4 runs. You're not going to stop that. Tackle. Over the wicket, Holden plays that out to point. And they'll just amble through for an easy single. 286 for 2. Holden 93. Haynes is about to face, so he's on 121. Listening to Nikki Chowdhury, Dan Whiting, live on the ECB channel from Canterbury, in the shadow of the cathedral. Well, about a mile away ish. Oh, that's gorgeous. Tom Haynes. That's a good bit of work though. That's good fielding. That's what India A need. Somebody to set the example. That's really good. Keeps Haynes down to 3 there, but excellent work. Now in front of the Colin Cowdrey stand.
Well, that was a really good piece of work, and we just spoke about how the fact they just looked a bit casual in the field. Well, that definitely didn't. Really committed to it.
It's a lovely shot though.
It's a lovely shot. It deserved 4. Lovely looking shot. Haynes onto 124.
Yeah. Gower-esque. Tacker. Big appeal for LBW. He's standing there, arms aloft.
If it wasn't evident how desperate India A needed a wicket right now, I think that appeal from Shuttle Thakur just explains it.
I quite like Shuttle. Oh, it's a little bit high, I suppose. It wasn't a bad shout. I quite like him though. He's got a bit of character about him, I think, Shardul Thakur. He's none for 45, 1 ball shy of completing his 12th over. As Holden, yep, scampers through. Good weight of shot there. And comes through for a single. Mid-off, as we said, was quite deep. And Holden just hitting it with enough power to get past the bowler, but not enough to actually reach mid-off. And he's betwixt and between and scampers through for a single. He moves on to 94. Haynes 124. England Lions 290 for 2.
Yeah, that's the sloppy part I was talking about. There really shouldn't have been a 1 there. 7 runs from that over. Holden. Been complimenting Tom Haynes very nicely. And that's an easy 2. Again, off the hips. Straying down towards that leg side here, Kumar. Got a slip and a gully in place. Slip, gully, deep point. Conventional point. Cover, mid-off. On the leg side, a mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg.
Indian fans there getting their photo taken, enjoying themselves.
292 for 2 here at the lines. Mukesh Kumar makes his way from the Nackington Road end. Good bit of intent here from Max Holden. He's come in to start the day and he's very affirmative with his decision making. He's going forward if the ball's there. If it's slightly back of a length shorter, he's making that decision to go back. Yesterday there was points in his innings where we saw him maybe stuck in the crease a little bit, got away with it, but this morning a lot more deliberate with his foot movement.
Yeah, you're right. He's positive in defence as well, isn't he?
Oh, that's timed very nicely. That might just find the boundary. Will it find the boundary? It's a good effort in the deep, and it hasn't just been clawed back in time.
Brilliant work. Absolutely superb. That's what India A need. More of that. And a roar of appreciation from their fans here as well. They loved that over on that part of the ground.
Yeah, we've seen 2 good pieces of fielding now. One down in front of the Colin Cowdrey stand. That's a typical Tom Haines style shot, and that's again another brilliant effort on the boundary. That's going to save 2 runs for sure.
Yeah, excellent again.
You just spoke about how they seemed a little casual, say 5 overs ago, Dan, and well, since then, a lot more purpose and drive in the field.
Yeah.
And it really makes a difference.
Yeah.
Even if you stop a couple of runs, stop 1 run.
Well, you play well in this, you know, in the main test squad coming over, there might be an injury or 2, you get in the test side.
Better line here from Kumar. Bowling closer to the stumps today as well. Yesterday strayed a little bit wide of the crease and started his spell this morning closer to the stumps. You can tell India are going for the attacking line. They have no other choice to do so either. 45 minutes away from lunch here on day 3. And that will come off a thigh pad for 4 leg byes. Again, he gives a couple of deliveries like that in the over. If he can just save himself from doing that, he's going to get the batter playing. And that will bring up 300 runs on the board for England Lions. 301 for 2. As Max Holden is on 99 here in Canterbury. On track for his 8th first-class century. I think this is a big boost for the Lions as well. We've already got Centurion out there and Tom Haines, and Max Holden also keeping himself busy, soon to reach that landmark.
Not yet, not yet. As a man who's been given out LBW for 99 by the opposition umpire. It's never done till it's done.
Hence I said, on track to reach that landmark.
Yeah. Here's Holden facing Thakur on the cusp of 100. And there it is. Is that leg buys or is it runs? What's the umpire going to give? It's runs. Well batted Max Holden. A runner ball, more or less, 100. And really good innings. Has really added impetus to this England Lions innings. And the man from Cambridge, that's a genius knock.
Yeah, it's been great to watch there from Max Holden. His 8th first-class century complemented the style of Tom Haynes.
Tackle into Haynes, who creams that one back with a point. That's going to be 4. Runs away to what Nicky has christened the ice cream van boundary. And I just get the sense that the England Lions might be putting their foot on the accelerator pedal here, Nicky.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Yeah.
I think the wind's putting its foot on the
think it's
accelerator
Marquise.
as well.
It's going to take off. Oh, Thakur just aborts his run.
Yeah, there's a strong gush of wind as he approaches the crease there for Shardul Thakur and decides he can't actually bowl against it. Strong gust. India A probably wondering, is this what you call summer?
I think the TV's going to go. Thakur in. Haynes pushes that to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, it was ideal conditions to bat yesterday in the afternoon as the sun was shining bright. It was a warm day, and of course we've spoken about how good this track here is in Canterbury to bat on. Once you spent some time out there in the middle, runs do come flowing. Quick outfield, especially down the slope.
Gentleman just walking past us in a Somerset hat. Played out to deep backward point for a single. Haynes just opening the face. He's 19 short of a 150. Tackle up the hill. Holden. Again, they like that area, both these two. They like to open the face and just work the ball. It's their get-out shot. It's a no-risk shot. There's one slip and a gully in place.
These two have looked largely untroubled since they've been out here this morning. An hour and 20 minutes.
That's smashed by Haynes. No one's stopping that. Went like an exocet through the covers, and he moves on to 135. We've got about 40 minutes to lunch. The new ball is due in 13 overs. And India A needs something to happen. How they'd love a wicket now and expose a new batter to the new ball.
Absolutely. I kind of think that they're probably wishing they can press fast forward on the next 13 overs and grab that new ball. Hopefully just wish that it can produce something special for them.
There have been some beautiful moments here. It's been very family orientated, hasn't it, the crowd. There's a dad with his lad there taking photographs of the action there, and he'll remember those. Well, he's got his son taking photographs of him now. but that son will remember his trip to Canterbury, and hopefully games like this will give him a lifelong love of the game of cricket.
I'm not sure what sort of memory you had when you were probably 5 years old, Dan, but I can barely remember a thing, so we'll do a good job if you can. Oh, and this one, finally, they get the breakthrough, and it is going to be Max Holden. Pushes his bat outside here. And that is the breakthrough that India A were ever so after. Holden will have to go for 101. Just brings up his century, his 8th first-class century, and will not long after Mukesh Kumar gets the breakthrough. And England Lions are now 312 for 3.
Yeah, 181 those two put on, and Holden's innings was an absolute joy to watch. Some of the cover driving, the aesthetics of it were just joyful. Really pleasant innings. And Max Holden's done himself, I'm not sure he's too far away from the England side. If there's, again, injuries there or lack of form perhaps in the summer, I think Max Holden might have done himself a bit of good there.
Well, I think if there was a pecking order, I think Tom Haynes would be above him in that.
Yeah, they're different players. I mean, Haynes is an opener, isn't he? And he would be, you know, I think he's a like-for-like replacement for Ben Duckett, if anything happens to Duckett. With Max Holden,
I think it also depends on what the requirements are.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
The pace at which Tom Haynes scores runs, different to that of Max Holden.
Now I'm looking forward to watching this lad bat.
James Roux.
Yeah.
He has been called up to the England side for the Zimbabwe test, the one-off test that England had against Zimbabwe just a week ago. He didn't play in the final 11. He's been up and around that England side, around Brendan McCallum and Ben Stokes.
Yeah, they love him in the West Country. 10 career hundreds at the age of 21. Not bad going.
Straight into it, first ball.
Kumar looks to be running in with a lot more purpose than the other bowlers. He looks like he's attacking the crease, isn't he?
No, especially compared to yesterday when he was bowling. He just didn't seem to be charging in at 100% yesterday and seemed a bit off the ball. Today he's really coming in and bending his back with a bit more purpose and drive. Should have really been doing it yesterday. But finally gets that breakthrough that India A was after. Wicket of Max Holden. This one drags back, there's a shout. Mukesh Kumar practically pleading. Too high. 2 slips and a gully in place for the new batter, James Roux, captain and wicketkeeper for this England Lions squad. (21 years old) from Somerset. Made his England Lions debut in Sri Lanka. Is close to the stumps here, Mukesh Kumar. And that will not go past point. And of course added to that England squad to face Zimbabwe after Jordan Cox from Essex got a bit of an injury.
Yeah, he's a product of King's College in Taunton, which has produced a lot of fine cricketers. Good production line for Somerset. really worried this marquee's going to take off. It's
312 for 3 England lines. Haynes still out there. And they've maintained the run rate as well since the start of day 3, 4.6 and over. And of course, James Roux become the youngest Englishman at 21 and 114 days old to score 10 first-class hundreds since Dennis Compton back in 1939. And he will get himself off the mark with that lovely push of the back foot here. Just wide of cover. And that will conclude the over as well. Just the one run from it, and of course the wicket of Max Holden. He was caught behind off the bowling of Mukesh Kumar for 101. That brought to a close the 181 run partnership between him and Tom Haynes. And England Lions are 313 for 3 here in Canterbury. It's very windy. Nothing like the conditions yesterday. Well, we're not far from that new ball being taken either. And we just spoke about it, Dan, saying that if India A could get a breakthrough and get a new batter out there in the middle, then they'd really fancy that new ball against them. And, well, they've got part of that wish done.
Yeah, I think they'd like to see the back of Tom Haynes as well. I think they've already seen enough of him.
I don't think Tom Haynes has any plans to head back anytime soon.
Tucker into Roux. Squeeze him up a little. Roux's brother Thomas has just been also awarded, I think, a rookie contract or some sort of apprentice contract. Oh, that's lovely from Roux. Worked it through mid-wicket. Runs away down to the cafe.
That's a lovely shot there from James Roux. Love how he gets his body right over the ball, drops his head into it. Races away down towards the boundary. Runs to be scored here.
Roux just covering up, pushing it back to the bowler.
That's better there from Shardul Thakur. Coming back after that previous delivery. Of course, it doesn't help with the wind either.
No, it's hard running into it.
Putting double the energy into it.
Doing a job for the team here, Thakur. He's up the hill, into the wind. Oh, that's well bowled. Thakur fancies it here. But
That's
the
gone.
umpire says no.
It's gone in between the bat and the front pad. Just finds the gap between. Did stay lower as well, that delivery.
Yeah. Roux again working that one and through mid-wicket. But only to pick out the fielder.
He's played 10 balls, James Roux, and he looks compact. plenty of time to sit up there in the balcony since yesterday. Recover from the long day in the field on day one.
Yeah, the England Lions balcony, they look resplendent in their purple. Oh, that's a lovely shot. He's only going to get one for it. No, he's going to come back for a second. But very pleasant shot. You said, Nicky, compact, plays the ball under his head, which is the key to successful batting.
And that's why these two have been so successful so far this season as well in the domestic competition in the county championship. Tom Haynes and James Roux definitely knocking those doors.
Yeah, Somerset have had a few issues with their batting lineup this year, and Roux's been one of the bright spots. But they've actually switched them around where they've had a couple of guys who are normally much further down the order opening in the last couple of games. Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey have been opening the batting for them. So they're trying different things, trying to see what works for them.
Just under half an hour to go till lunch here on day 3. Off the middle of the bat of Haynes, doesn't find the gap. He's just gone a little bit harder at it, Tom Haynes, this morning. Yesterday just allowed the ball to come to him a little bit more, especially in that first hour. This morning, just slightly more harder at it. He's managed to rein himself back a little bit. Doesn't quite get that one through. Will be a leg bite. 15 runs shy of 150 here, Tom Haynes. This is the sort of game where if you get caught up and you are knocking those doors down, as a batter, or as a bowler as well, you want to make your mark.
Yeah, it's a window of opportunity, isn't it, the Lions, as is in India A.
Well, that one's really stayed low. Drew Drell's taken that down by his ankles.
This is the game where you'll see the next cabs off the rank. The guys who are next in line for full test selection.
It's exciting to see the budding talent. Trail by 237 here. England Lions. Nice hit from Roux. Again, getting into it to leave.
Yeah, Roux County, Somerset had Sunil Gavaskar playing for them back in 1980 when the West Indians toured here. Not a bad replacement for Vivian Richards.
Not bad at all. Lovely strong top hand there from James Roux.
Richards part of that Somerset side who was so successful. Never won a trophy in all of their years and then won, I think, 2 in 2 days. in 1979. Viv Richards, Joel Garner, integral to that side, as was Sir Ian Botham.
That one not as well timed. Concludes the end of the over there from Mukesh Kumar. Lines are 320 for 3. I'm just having a discussion with Abhimanyu Ishwaran.
Bit of spin.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of spin before lunch.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's time.
Talking about time, I'm seeing a helmet being run on, so
Just get the over rate up, I think, as well.
yeah, they could benefit with that as well. It's not going to be spin now by the looks of it. Oh, it might be. Yes, it is. Shatul Thakur is going to be coming out of the attack from the pavilion end, and Harsh Dubey will be bowling for the very first time today in the morning session here on day 3. Will he be able to use some of that rough in his favour here, Harsh Dubey? Josh Hull, England pacer, England Lions pacer, when he was bowling around the wicket, did start to scruff things up a little bit. When the ball landed in those rough patches yesterday, we did see a bit of turn, just gripped a bit more.
Here he is over the wicket to Haynes, who whips this one out to deep square. We're talking about over 8s. India now have bowled 18 in an hour and 40 minutes this morning. I just don't think that's acceptable.
Yeah, we resumed day 3 with 52 overs having been completed of the England Lions innings. Yeah, that's
Played to mid-wicket, no run.
not acceptable. I think that's very slow. Perhaps we'll speed up a little bit now.
That one's just gone past short leg as a couple of Indian fans in front of us are getting rather excited.
I think short leg's only going to be in business depending on how much bounce we have in this wicket right now. If we're not going to have much bounce, you might be better off with a silly point. We'll have to play it out.
That's off the pad. Sorry, there's 3 guys in front of us cheering on India. One in an England top, one in an India top, and they're getting rather excited about the catches going to short leg. Is that swept? Is that going to be given? No. No, not given. But Haynes going across the line there. Going on the back foot.
Varied his pace here.
Yeah, that's a quick over as well. 322 for 3. Haynes 136. Rue is on 8. And that was a tidy over from Dubey. Asked a few questions, getting the ball to come out the rough a little bit to the left-handers as well. I think he might have a long bowl this afternoon.
Well, they're going to have to use that rough to their favour here, because at the moment it doesn't seem like much is going to phase Tom Haynes. Just this over where did get it to grip a little bit. Got the short leg into business as well. Not far from. Mukesh Kumar will be continuing from the Nackington Road end. However, 2 slips on the gully in place. This is good from Kumar. He bowls a few like this and then he strays down the leg side a bit. Just needs to keep it here.
He's definitely got something to work with though, hasn't he? He's got something. You know, he will bowl the odd bad one, but he's at least running in with a sense of purpose. He's running in hard, he's attacking the crease, and he's trying.
Goes to short arm jab here. Rue doesn't quite get that. Just climbs on him a little bit. Mukesh Kumar, 31-year-old from Bihar, playing for Bengal back in India. And of course, with the Delhi Capitals in the IPL. Of course, has the second qualifier on today. From him. Question is, will we see a new winner in the IPL?
So
the second qualifier today is between Punjab Kings and Mumbai Indians.
Okay.
And whoever wins that will go in to play the final on Tuesday against the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. And this is Punjab Kings' second shot. They played the first qualifier against Royal Challengers just a couple days ago, 3 days ago. Unfortunately, they lost that one. Nice looking shot straight to point.
RCB must have won it at some point over the years, haven't they? No? They never won it. Punjab Kings, have they ever won it?
Well, RCB, they say they say that they've faced a jinx, really, right? "18 years Virat Kohli's been with the side, yet to lift the trophy." We've got to the final a few times before. Bit of dust blowing as Kumar completes his action. Mumbai Indians have won it 5 times. Got the title. Chennai Super Kings and Mumbai Indians, most successful franchises in that, although Chennai Super Kings finished bottom of the table this year. And the finger goes up here. And Mukesh Kumar is absolutely thrilled. James Rue will have to go. A big, big sense of relief here for India A. Finally get the breakthroughs they've been after. Max Holden being the first of the morning session. And now James Rue gone for 8.
Yeah, I think those lads enjoyed that one. It's Kumar deserves that. I think he's running with purpose, and I think he's bent his back this morning, and he deserves that. Rue just going across the line, trying to work a straight one, leg side, and pays the price.
Yeah, he's unable to drag his front foot back in time, and he's going to have to go. Plants it and not able to track it back. And the finger goes up ever so quickly. And a sense of relief amongst the fielders in the India A side was clearly felt around the ground. Rue will have to go for 8. Lions are now 4 down, 3:22 on the board. Tom Haines still out there in the middle, standing strong. And that was a wicket maiden from Mukesh Kumar to conclude his 13th over.
Yeah.
Both breakthroughs this morning being from Kumar, bowler from Bengal.
Rehan Ahmed walking to the wicket, is it?
Mm-hmm.
We have a right-hander. What's going on, Nicky? So he's coming above Mosley. But India A will be glad to see the back of James Rue because he's a dangerous customer. He can score very quickly. That's just turned out to deep square. Boy, Haynes, he just goes about his business, just accumulating. Doobie 1 for 61 now in his 16th over. Doobie coming around the wicket. That's just turned by Rehan Ahmed, having a very successful season at Leicestershire, who are absolutely romping away in Division 2 of the County Championship. Big shout for LBW, not given. But India A have got their tails up all of a sudden. Just before lunch, the alarm clock's gone on, they've woken up and they've got their tails up here. There's things happening. There's appeals for LBW. There's successful appeals for LBW. There's Ahmed gets much further forward there.
Yeah, the Lions resumed day 3, 237 for 2. Well, since then we've lost the 2 wickets for 85 runs on the board.
Oh, what's happened there? Is that no, not out again? And they'll come through for 2 leg byes. No runs. He hasn't given it. That's why he's turned down the LBW. Has he given it? Yes, he has, yeah. That'll be why he turned down the LBW, because Ahmed hit it. Doobie pushing that one through a little quicker. Ahmed just turning it around the corner. 326 for 4. We'll probably have 2, maybe 3 more before the luncheon interval. But things are starting to happen, and Kumar's been the catalyst. But Doobie's doing his bit as well.
Yeah, he is now. He's getting some extra help from the rough patch, especially against Tom Haynes, a left-hander. Farhan Ahmed just new out there in the middle, so struggling to pick him a little bit. Mukesh Kumar has a chat with Rana. Adjusting his field. Bowling with a lot more venom today, Mukesh Kumar. Come in this morning and got those 2 breakthroughs. Max Holden gone for 101 after bringing up his 8th first-class century. James Rue just trapped LBW in the over before. Trying to take one on into the leg side and failing to track his front leg back. Both breakthroughs been from him. Two slips and a gully in place for Rayan Ahmed. And that's taken. He has a swash at this one. Nowhere near it, Rayan Ahmed. And that's going to be a stinger for sure. That is going to sting. It's not warm here in Canterbury today. You need those hand warmers to keep your hands toasty. Rayan Ahmed staying well away from the ball. There's a slash. And well, wickets are starting to tumble here for the Lions. He'll have to go. Taking some height as it goes through to second slip.
Yeah, just fending that one off, Ahmed. Didn't really need to play at it. Could have left that one alone.
It's a stinger. Well, that's the third wicket of the morning session. And Ahmed has gone up for 3. 326 for 5 here, England Lions. Trailing by 231. Dan Mosley comes out into the middle.
Yeah, Ahmed will be pretty disappointed with that innings. This guy is rated very highly up in Birmingham. Bears fans love him. Dan Mosley.
We'll have to try and stabilise the ship a little bit until we head off to lunch. 6 minutes away. I'm sure he'll be happy to take his time until then.
Yeah, it's a good catch by Sarfraz Khan, wasn't it? It flew.
And 2 catches in the game for Sarfraz Khan so far.
He made it look easy.
Again, that one going through slightly lower. Kamal's having a great session compared to yesterday. All 3 wickets belonging to him. Off the ball slightly there, Dan Mosley. And Tom Haines has just been spectator at the non-strikers end for a while, hasn't he, Dan?
Yeah, he's been starved of the strike somewhat, but he's still there. And if it had been taken, those couple of chances, especially the one when he was on 11 yesterday?
He was
1183 and 112.
Mm-hmm.
That one when he was on 11, India A would be in a very strong position right now.
Yeah, and you can see the buzz, you can sense the buzz from them now in the field. Things have really turned around. Still know though, Tom Haines is out there. He'll be a big wicket to get. Good zip here from Kumar. Will conclude the end of a wicket maiden. 326 for 5.
Yeah, I think we'll get one more in before lunch. Clock just about to tick over. The umpire's got into position quickly enough.
Listening to live commentary and coverage of day 3 between England Lions and India A. First game of the 2 here in Canterbury. Second game up in Northamptonshire at the end of the week.
Dubé. That's tickled around the corner by Haynes. That's going to go away for 4 runs up towards the Nackington Road end. Dubé just erring down the leg side. There's some wonderful shirts by the fans here, aren't there? I've seen over the last couple of days. There's a brilliant Barrett Army one a guy was just wearing a moment ago.
I always like to make some noise, the Barrett Army.
Oh, that's clever from Haynes. Just paddle sweeps. He's only going to get 1 though. And I think Haynes will be quite content to sit on his bat at the non-striker's end for the next 4 balls.
That's when he takes his gloves off and just leans on his bat.
Or even his pads at the non-striker's end.
There's the hint.
Yeah.
I am not running. I think that's we might have just told Dan Mosley as they meet in the middle as well. Right, next 4 balls on you, mate. Get the silly point in. He's getting a bit of bounce here. Hush, Dubé.
There's Mosley off the mark with one pushed into the vacant area through the covers. Can't have fielders everywhere, and with 2 slips and a short leg, men crowding the bat, it means there's gaps elsewhere.
This side has a lot of left-handers, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that could be a problem in 4th innings. Mosley plays that one up to long on. Yeah, if England Lions have to bat last, I think it could be a problem. And I think Dubé will then come into his own. Clip to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I can definitely see some of the bowlers making sure they make those areas slightly rougher as they come through with their action as well to help Dubé.
Last ball before lunch. And Mosley plays it to mid-on.
And that will be lunch here on day 3. Players make their way on ever so quickly. And Tom Haynes, one of them to make sure he's charging off. And well, 3 wickets have been lost in this morning session as the Lions resumed 237 for 2. And since then, we lost the wicket of Max Holden, who got his 8th first-class century, ended up getting caught behind for 101 off the bowling of Mukesh Kumar. Then James Rue trapped LBW once again by Mukesh Kumar. And then the recent wicket to go was, of course, of Rayan Ahmed, who fended one to second slip. A terrific catch from Sarfraz Khan. It was a stinger. It was climbing on him, but he did a good job to keep hold of that. And again, that one to Kumar as well. So all 3 wickets that have fallen in the England Lions innings belong to Kumar. He's come back brilliantly after yesterday. Wasn't so great with the ball, and he's really come in and bent his back today. As the players head off for lunch, Dan Whiting and I will join you back in 40 minutes time to resume the England Lions innings. They're 333 for 5 at lunch on day 3.
Who's the bat? I'm bowling.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that. A game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days. Or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball. More than winning and losing. What makes cricket cricket is...
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues. Here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you've brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people, to moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that.
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues. We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games, and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you've brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that, a game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days, or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball. More than winning and losing. What makes cricket cricket is...
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7...
Women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games, and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
Guys, who's the bat? I'm bowling.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it. The team for you. You love it. You don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that. A game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days. Or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball. More than winning and losing. What makes cricket?
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games, and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that. It just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
Guys, who's the back? I'm bowling.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that, a game.
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
Guys, who's the back? I'm bowling.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. with friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people, to moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that.
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury, where England Lions are 333 for 5. They started day 3, 237 for 2 with Max Holden and Tom Haynes at the crease. But since then, we have lost 3 wickets in the morning session, one being of Max Holden, who brought up his century and then got out caught for 101 off the bowling of Mukesh Kumar. And Mukesh Kumar also the man in charge to get the wicket of James Rew and Rehan Ahmed. And, well, since the start of the morning, England Lions have managed to put on 96 runs on the board. So 333 for 5 as we broke off for lunch. Players getting themselves ready and warmed up to begin the afternoon session. And all in all, Dan, well, finally we saw that fighting spirit from India A.
Yeah, and it was led by Kumar, Mukesh Kumar, who I thought ran in with a little bit of purpose before lunch, and Dubey bowled well as well, I thought, from the pavilion end. But Kumar was the man with 3 wickets this morning, 356 off 14. He's been the pick of the India A bowlers. And England Lions will resume on triple Nelson. Tom Haynes, the rock of this innings, and the man who stands between India A doing pretty well, and he stands between India A doing pretty well and sort of, well, a chance of a positive result. I thought there might be some collusion between the skippers at lunch, actually, and I was wondering about a declaration. But it doesn't look like it at the moment. But I wonder if there's been some sort of target set, because otherwise I feel this game might inevitably be heading towards a draw, possibly.
Yeah, well, they would be happy to get that first breakthrough of the morning. A brilliant partnership of 181 runs between Max Holden and Tom Haynes came to a close. And while you can just see that fighting spirit once again, Dan Mosley and Tom Haines make their way out into the middle, as do the India A team. Umpires James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley also out there as well. It's still breezy here in Canterbury. It's pretty breezy. And it's a bit of a difficult one if you're bowling from the pavilion end, as you're running into the wind. We saw Shardul Thakur did have to pull out of his run-up a few times as there was some heavy gusts blowing into him.
Yeah, we do apologise if you can hear our papers rustling around there. But Haynes, Nikki, you've been very impressed with him, haven't you?
Oh, I have. He's been absolutely brilliant to watch, and the way he's gone about his innings yesterday was extremely a delight. And this morning, although there was a bit of him flirting outside the off stump, he was chasing a few, and then since then he's screwed on his head a little bit more, and he's out there in the middle still. 142 for him, 8 runs shy of 150 here in Canterbury, and he's with Dan Mosley. Going to be opening things up from the Nackington Road end in the afternoon session. But yes, it would be a big wicket now for India A and dismiss Tom Haines.
Just been also speaking to the scorers, and I think India A.
First ball after lunch, and that's mistimed, and it's also going to be a no ball.
Because we're playing test regulations here, so there's a cut-off point at 6:30, whatever. We finish at 6:30.
So you get to have your dinner at home then, Dan?
We'll get to have my dinner at home, but the crowd here might be losing about 15, 17, 18 overs at this rate.
Well, this one dug out by Haines as a puff of dust appears. Seeing more and more of that.
I'm staying in Canterbury tonight anyway.
Of course.
Yeah.
After you've been the tourism rep of the county of Kent over the last 2 days, I'm sure Kent County will be looking after you tonight. Here's Nitish Kumar Reddy. Bit upright here, Tom Haines, after lunch. Surprised they haven't already given you one of those flats next door.
Oh, well, I've just got dinner with the Archbishop tonight, you know, that's it. And
all right for some. Clearly you get invited to the right places. .334 for 5 England Lions. This again, nice hit from Kumar Reddy.
yeah. England Lions need another 74 to avoid the follow-on.
Of course, a new ball available in a few overs, 80 overs. Tom Haines always looking to play down the ground in that V. We saw that from Emilio Gay as well. I really enjoyed watching that partnership, Emilio Gay and Tom Haines, yesterday.
Yeah, he's nice to watch, isn't he, Emilio Gay? Lovely player. Some of his straight drives, his cover drives. A thing of absolute beauty.
Make some room here. And it will only be the one.
Yeah, some of Haynes' drives, he doesn't quite middle, he sort of scissors across the ball a little bit.
And stays beside it and just slices it on contact. Slip in a gully in place for Mosley. And they're just pushing out deep point as well. Sun is making an appearance here in Canterbury as Nitish Kumar already sets off. And he'll pick up a couple of runs for himself. First runs of the afternoon session to Dan Mosley. And conclude the first over back after lunch. Lines 337 for 5. Trailing by 220. We lost 3 wickets in the morning session. All those belong to Mukesh Kumar. Max Holden, James Rue and Rayan Ahmed fell in quick succession. Rayan Ahmed caught at second slip by Sarfaraz Khan, going away from the right-hander. And shorter delivery completely fends off there and absolutely flew through to second slip. It was a stinger. Sarfaraz Khan, I think, was like shaking his right hand for a good 5 minutes afterwards.
Yeah, it was definitely one to warm the cockles. So we can see, I think Dubey is going to continue from the pavilion end. Running in from the, just in front of the Frank Woolley stand. That fine all-rounder who served Kent cricket so well. Left-hander. Dubey. That's defended by Haynes. Woolley, the only non-wicket keeper to have over 1,000 catches to his name. Swept by Haynes, cloths it a little bit, and it dribbles out to deep backward square. Short leg taking evasive action.
I've seen the sweep come out from Tom Haynes a couple of times today. Preferred the reverse sweep yesterday.
That's punched back to the bowler off the front foot by Mosley.
Seeing the signs of wear and tear here now on the wicket.
Yeah, and you're right about the dust as well. There's sort of big dust devils popping up. Mosley just watching that one. 2 slips in place and a short leg. Mosley goes down the pitch. That's going to go all the way into the cafe, asking for a cappuccino, and comes back out again.
Nice use of the feet there from Dan Mosley. Doesn't quite get there, goes through with his hands and gets the elevation he wants. And that ball has a quick little caffeine break.
Yeah. Nifty footwork. And as every good batter does, hits the boundary, gets one, gets down the other end, gets off strike. Good cricket from Mosley. He's on to 11. Haynes 144, 345 for 5.
8 runs from that over. Eased up the pressure that Dubey had started to create with that 6 into the coffee shop. Actually startled a few of the spectators who were sat in front of there as well. You could suddenly just see them all like jump up as a unit. Nitish Kumar ready. It's all ready to go. Dan Mosley is taking in the field here, slipping a gully in place for him. That's hammered down towards deep point. Sounded ever so sweet off the bat. You get a nice echo here at Spitfire ground, especially if it comes out the middle. Echoes around the ground. Oval's very good at that as well, actually.
Yeah.
Low turf.
Got like the natural amphitheatre, haven't you, at the Oval?
Maybe when you just take your guard and you tap your bat, it makes a nice prominent sound. Looks to carve this.
Crowd catch there.
Definitely. On the bump to point. Into the afternoon session here. Third over of the afternoon session on day 3 in Canterbury. Live on the ECB website and app. Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury. Oh, I love the laxity in his hands there and his wrists from Tom Haynes. Good stop as well.
Yeah, fundamentally, I think Haynes has played himself into potential England selection with this innings. As we said earlier, this is the shop window. It's the dress rehearsal.
Straight to mid-off, lovely looking shots from Tom Haynes straight off the bat after lunch. Of course, yes, you're right, Dan. Dress rehearsal, we're just 19 days away from the first test match now. 20th of June up in Yorkshire in Headingley. And well, I can just tell you, if you think this is chilly down here in Canterbury, you're in for a surprise up in Yorkshire.
Love Leeds, great city.
Bit of oomph here from Reddy. Again comes slightly wider into Haynes. First test at Leeds, Headingley Stadium, and then we move on to Edgbaston, Lord's Hold the third, then we go back up north to Old Trafford for the fourth, and then we end things off with a big bang at the Oval for the fifth test. Just trying to get this past point here, Tom Haynes. You've seen seen this from him in the morning session. Just trying to create room. Again, just doing the same now. As that goes to Jaswant, and we'll conclude the end of the over. 1 run from the over, and lines 346 for 5.
Yeah, busy summer for England. They're currently hosting the West Indians in a 3-game one-day series and then 3 T20s. So they're currently at Cardiff, and the West Indians are 216 for 4 off 38.1. Adil Rashid bowling well there, 2 for 30 off 7. And then they've got some games that, some venues that don't always get a go in the T20. Chester Street, Bristol, and the Utilita Bowl down at Southampton. So that should be quite good. And then obviously the India series. I think England wrap up the series against South Africa end of the summer, where again they've got 3 one-day internationals and 3 T20s. So an absolute feast for English cricket fans this summer. Doobie continues, and that's pushed back to the bowler. But sorry, mid-wicket. 3:46 for 5. That's punched again to the same region by Mosley. Not as big a crowd today.
Just slowing things down here as well, Dubé. Just like he's taking his time a bit more through his action as he just tosses that up slightly.
It's turned around the corner. Just be one. Yeah, well, Doobie's on, I think, to try and get the over rate up, as well as bowling pretty well from that end, as he's getting quite a little bit of purchase, but part of the reason he's on as well is to try and get the over rate up.
It's frustrated you, hasn't it, Dan?
It has. I think it's, you know, there's a big Indian contingent have turned up here. Doobie's coming around the wicket now to Haynes, just changing the angle. Yeah, and, you know, you want to see value for money for the fans. Haynes rocks onto the front foot. Just pushes that back. Thou shalt not pass. And again, Haynes has to watch that one.
Quicker one in from Dubé there.
Yeah, but he's been a wall of defiance, Tom Haynes.
Changes his angle up against him as well. And that will end the over. 1 run from it. 3:47 for 5, England Lions. I'll be interested to see how Tom Haynes goes against Dubé now. Still will be keen to rotate, maintain that run rate, even though we have lost those 3 wickets. Discussions going on. Nitish Kumar Reddy's already.
1 over till the new ball's due.
See Kamboj back, I'd expect.
Would you be tempted to continue with Doobie though? Or get him back in quite quickly after the new ball, because it spins quicker, doesn't it?
It does.
And he's asking questions, isn't he?
He is. An extra bit of lacquer on the ball. Well, I mean, it skids on a little bit more as well to the batter. I would give it an experiment and bring Kamboj back on and see how that goes. And then if it's not working, I wouldn't hesitate to chuck it back to Dubé from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I think it would be a brave move to give him the brand new cherry.
And bringing it back in. Just decepting with the angle, wide of a crease. Nitish Kumar Reddy. Oh, absolutely. See if the new ball works any magic for India. Get that 6 wicket down. If it doesn't work, well, you've always got Dubé there on hand. But again, got to be careful. That will come onto the bat a lot easier. Oh, he's done a good job to get himself out of that one. That is brilliant execution. The puff of dust explodes as well. And Dan Mosley's almost ended up dancing on a Friday night disco.
He did. He looked like Michael Flatley there, didn't he? Legs going everywhere.
Oh, lovely there from Dan Mosley. Lovely. As the ball just wins that race. Although it starts to slow down, it will be 4 runs. That's overpitched from Reddy.
Yeah, that's the 350 up as well. Slowest point of the ground though up there. It's up the hill.
Just starts to slow down. It was straight out the middle of that, so it had the energy it needed. Again, beautiful looking one. But it will just beat the single this time.
He's elegant, isn't he, Mosley?
And they're both very clued on to who they can run to as well in the field. They know when they can come back for the 2. And they who can risk a quick single as well in the imaginary ring. And he can free his arms once again, just what he's after. Already 6 given in the over. And at a ball's time, we'll be eligible to take the new ball. .353 for 5. Lions Mosley on 18. Some lovely shots from him in this over. Haynes 145, 5 shy from that 150. Standing strong there, Tom Haynes.
Yeah, it's an absolute vigil this from the Sussex left-hander.
Been quite lucky with witnessing some good batting in both innings. Double ton from Karan Nair for India A. And then here's Tom Haynes looking to do something similar.
Well, I don't think the new ball's been taken. We're going to give it to Doobie. Definitely looks like the old one.
Round the wicket.
Just turned into square leg.
He's really trying his luck now with that angle against Tom Haynes.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of variation, see if there's something there for him. It's quite hard to get an LBW. Unless the ball turns prodigiously. Mosley pushes that back to the bowler. Elegant player. Swept.
Nutmeg short leg.
Yeah. Yeah, Emilio Gay is an elegant player. Mosley's not far behind him. Nutmeg short leg again. Poor old short leg. But so Frank Woolley was an elegant player, and in front of the stand, which is in his name, you'd be very pleased to see Emilio Gay and Mosley carrying on this aesthetic style that he was so renowned for.
Do you like watching someone who bats quite aesthetically?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm a sucker for it. David Gower was always my hero. Punch down the ground by Mosley. Again, stylishly. One run, that completes the over. 357 for 5. Mosley's on to 20, Haynes 147. Yeah, the pretty players were always
Aesthetically pleasing and effective. It's quite a nice combination to have.
Yeah, I mean, I was always, you know, those players like David Gower, Barry Richards, Mohammed Azharuddin, Mark Waugh, the stylish guys, Damien Martin. Love those players. But the gritty player also has a place in the game, doesn't he? The Steve Waugh, for instance. Chandapur.
Yeah, not as aesthetically pleasing, but they managed to get the job done.
Well, as they say, look in the book. And it's about runs, isn't it, in the book?
Absolutely.
But I know that when Gower used to come out to bat, he'd empty the bars and people would go back to their seats to watch him bat.
Well, if you can get the audience and spectators out the bar, done a good job. Well, this one stays low. Stays at low as it goes through to Dhruv Jurel.
Yes, Rana back in, isn't it?
Yep, replacing Nitish Kumar Reddy. Coming in from the Nackington Road end. 2 slips and a gully in play. And that shiny new ball has been taken.
You can see the difference in carry there, can't you, with the new ball. Dhruv Jurel taking that one at shoulder height, whereas everything's, you know, there's been a few, not grubbed, but he's been working around his sort of shin height, knee height.
There have been some patches out there on the pitch, so if it does hit those areas, it does tend to stay a little lower. But that one definitely carried through to a higher height to Jurel. Racing down towards fine, and they'll really put the skates on once again. Brilliant running between Mosley and Tom Haynes.
He's quick, Mosley, isn't he? Quick.
Really is. Helps when you've got long legs.
Well, the first things you're taught, aren't you, in cricket? Run the first one hard.
You're also taught to not hit the new ball hit the ground, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah. Sloppy.
He's not going to be happy there, Hushit Rana. Thought to keep it off the ground. That hits the bat up high.
Really like the look of Mosley. Really like the look of him. I think he looks a serious player.
I like how he's committing. Coming in at 7.
What's going on there? Having a look at the ball already.
Tell you what, 4 balls old.
Yeah.
Not the same level of carry. I wonder if we're going to see Cambodge come into the attack for the afternoon session from the pavilion end. Now that that new ball has been taken. Hushit Rana doesn't look too happy with the ball. He keeps having a look at it. He's not happy about something. Big flash there from Mosley. End of the over. 3:59 for 5.
Sun's coming out. The wind, though, still gusting, isn't it? It's not easy to run up the hill from the pavilion end here. Uphill into the wind. No bowler wants that, do they? They want to come down the hill with the wind at their back.
And just as expected, Anshul Kamboj will be in from the pavilion end. He's trying to keep himself warm. That is for sure. New ball taken. Two sips in a gully for Tom Haynes. 147 on the board for him. Trailing by 198 here, England Lions.
Haynes just drops that into the offside. He's played that a lot. Risk-free cricket. Just dropping it into the offside. Getting down the other end. Sensible cricket.
It's got him to 148.
Yeah?
No need to take all the big risks. He's played very smart, risk-free cricket.
Anshul Kamboj, he's bowled pretty well, 1 for 39 in his 15th over. He's bowled tidily without being hugely threatening. For me, Mukesh Kumar has been the pick of the bowlers. That spell this morning I thought was superb. Mosley drops that one into the offside as well. Gets in behind it. Plays under his head.
You sometimes have the tendency of batters to lift their head up off the shot. Dan Mosley hasn't shown any signs of doing that, especially as you go down the order.
Anshul. Around the wicket to Mosley, punches that again to extra cover. Doesn't even look like he's hitting the ball. He's sort of very different, isn't he? Get some players who club it, use their cudgel. Mosley looks like he's got a wand in his hand. Pure timing. Anshul around the wicket. Mosley leaves that one alone. Just a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, although there's blue sky over the city. Forecast was for it to get better as the day went on.
This is better.
I think they've lied to us, Nikki. It's a little bit better. Left alone again by Mosley. It's not making my job easy though, this weather, as public relations officer for the Kent Tourist Board. It's
Don't think anything's going to dampen your spirits on that front, Dan. Yeah, I'm liking this from Dan Mosley. Just looking to get forward, get into the ball.
Anshul. Mosley again pushes this back. That completes the over. Mosley 22. Haynes just too shy of 150. The England Lions 360 for 5.
Yep, just one run off the over there from Anshul Kamboj. New ball's been taken. We could take it after the 80th over. And we immediately saw it being taken and chucked to Rana, who will be coming back. Rana from the Nackington Road end. This is also a bit more up Tom Haynes' street, actually. Being an opener, he likes that ball coming onto the bat.
Yeah, definitely. Andrew Reynolds, who's Andrew Harrison, sorry, who's a Kent fan, regular here at Canterbury. He also wondered if the captains might have a chat at lunch about declarations. But there's nothing so far, Andrew.
Straight down to deep point. And Tom Haynes won't mind this new ball being taken. He likes that feel of bat on ball, comes on to him a bit more. He's a touch player, as they call it. So he won't be complaining. Moves on to 149. Nice looking shot. That will not make the umpire. A few nutmegs going on in the afternoon session.
Yeah, I think Rana did well there, actually, to get a hand to that, because I think it would have gone for 4 up to the Nackington Road end, and he just took the sting out of it, took the pace off the ball. Stuck out a mitt. I don't think it hurt as much as the slip catch for Safra's Khan this morning, when it was much colder.
I bet his hands are still warm from that one. Nice there from Haynes, and that will bring up his 150 here in Canterbury. He's taking his time throughout the course of the day. Played smart and sensible cricket. And the crowd acknowledge a great display of batting from him. Standing tall, 150 to his name. England Lions at 363 for 5. It's been enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, in this city famous for its cathedral, it's Haynes who's given the Sunday sermon from his pulpit. Been an absolute innings of quality.
I've been here, I think, over 10 times and never managed to pop into the cathedral.
Have you not?
No.
Ah.
Well, by the time we always finish a game here, the cathedral's shut.
Yeah, my daughter was at university here, and she had a graduation ceremony in the cathedral. Very nice.
Tucked away by Mosley, and that will conclude the end of the over. 3 runs from the over, and Lions 363 for 5. Haynes just getting to his 150 in that, with a nice little push off the back foot to cover. And the Lions trailing by 194.
Yeah, you've got to go and see the cathedral. It's like just a work of art inside. It's amazing.
Quite a few tourists actually come down and do a day trip to Canterbury.
Yeah.
Canterbury, Cambridge, Oxford, I believe, are the key tourist day tripping spots.
Yeah, maybe Bath as well.
Oh, Bath
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, but when you stay here in a 4-day game, and there's a lot of American tourists here, a lot of Japanese tourists.
Yeah, they'll be popping up to Ashford, that's for sure.
Ashford?
Yeah, there's the outlet centre in Ashford. There's a lot of people who make sure that that's part of their itinerary as well, Dan.
Okay.
But yes, I came
Isn't there one at
across.
Bicester as well?
There is one at Bicester.
Yeah.
We're on the M40. Going up towards Birmingham.
Yeah, sort of Oxford way, isn't it? Around there.
Yeah, if you're planning a trip around the Test series and you're going up to Edgbaston, well, if you need something to do for the day,
go to Edgbaston. I hate shopping. Are you a shopper?
no, not really.
No. Haynes pushes that into the covers. He's got to be quick, and he is. Gets through, scampers through for a cheeky single. I don't mind food shopping, but clothes shopping just like,
Clothes shopping's just a bit. It's just a bit of a mission, really. I couldn't think of anything worse. Walking around a mall for a few hours, just
Yeah.
trying to find things that you want to buy.
Yeah. I'm a typical bloke. I just go bang, 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 and I'm done in like 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
Much rather spend hours at the cricket.
Exactly. And Shaw around the wicket. Mosley, ooh, has to be careful there.
Yeah, jumped on him a bit. He was a bit early as well.
Yeah. Plays it with soft hands though.
Of course, talking about Birmingham and Edgbaston. Dan Mosley from that neck of the woods.
Yeah, big Villa fan like Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes here as well. He's been rested for this game. He's coming back after an ankle injury. Due to be playing in the game in Northampton.
Mosley drives, not with any sense of timing though. And the ball dribbles back to Anshul.
Shubman Gill, Sai Sudarshan and KL Rahul should be part of that squad for the second game against the Lions in Northamptonshire.
Now there's an athletically pleasing bat, Sai Sudarshan. The Gujarati, lovely player, really easy on the eye. I think he's got a big future ahead of him. Is he 22 now, 23, Sai Sudarshan? Left alone by Mosley.
23 years old.
23, yeah.
It's actually a breakout talent from the TNPL, the Tamil Nadu Premier League, which is, of course, another one of the T20 leagues put on by states in India. They're all going to kick off as well, actually, after the IPL. Each state puts on their own T20 tournament, so they can really pick out on the talent. I know a lot of scouting in the IPL happens from these domestic T20 leagues as well.
Anshul bowls, and that's cut away. Probably going to be a couple. As Mosley's quick between the wickets, scampers back and adds 2 more onto his total. Indian players signing autographs.
Yeah, Mukesh Kumar just in front of the commentary box, taking some selfies and signing some autographs. Back to Sai Sudarshan. He was the TNPL's second highest run scorer in the 2021 season.
That's in the air and goes away for 4 runs, but it was a valiant effort in. Well, that fielder is actually quite a fine gully. He's more sort of between gully and a floating slip.
Yeah, well, he slashed hard at that.
Yeah,
did Mosley.
It would have been a magic catch, but this level, sometimes you've got to take those.
That would have been an absolute worldie had he managed to get hold of that one.
We've got a delay in proceedings. The groundsman has just got a problem with the foothold, so he's come out with a tamper.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that instrument you whack the
It's like what I have to do when I make my coffee in the morning. On the ground coffee.
What, tamper? Yeah.
Similar, like a smaller version. Just trying to figure it out. Got a new coffee machine.
Have you? You got a new one?
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Like one of the proper coffee machines.
Ooh, okay, like a proper barista.
Yes, I'm on my way to becoming a coffee snob.
Oh, are you? My coffee, I have to grind down with a teaspoon and put it into the cup.
Looked like me this morning. Just making sure Rana is happy with the foothold. Has been disrupting him a little bit. And talk about an arm workout as well. No need to hit the gym. You're part of the ground staff here at Canterbury. And as we have a brief interruption, it's perfect time to get a selfie. Selfie sticks, signatures, autographs.
I have to say the Indians team have handled themselves really well here. They've been approachable and they've been in touch with their fans who obviously adore them. And I think they've been excellent ambassadors, not only for the game of cricket, but also India as a nation.
Absolutely, and of course it's the fans that make you who you are as well. You've got they're the ones who share their love, and you've got to share it back to them. Thinks about the run on a fumble. Yeah, it's been nice to see them engaging with the fans and giving autographs when they can, taking selfies, and even after the day's play has been done, a lot of the fans hanging out in front of the pavilion for that last chance of getting those autographs. And the players have been pretty friendly, coming out and taking time out of their day to do that. Oh, lovely delivery there from Harshit Rana.
Good carry as well. Dhruv Jurel taking that head height, fingers pointing skywards.
Opens Tom Haines up a little bit. As it goes across from the left-hander. But of course, Tom Haines, a patient batter, and he's shown that today and throughout the course of this innings. And that will be a bye. Really skimmed through that. 370 for 5. 371 for 5. Mosley's moved on to 29 without looking too untroubled. Dan Mosley from Birmingham. Played some franchise cricket as well, Dan Mosley.
Yeah, he'll have seen his Aston Villa beaten by PSG in the Champions League this year. PSG winning the final last night, 5-0.
Plays in the 100, Birmingham Phoenix. He's played in the Abu Dhabi T10, the ILT 20. Takes place actually at the back end of this year, actually. They've announced the dates for that one. ILT 20 taking place throughout the course of December, just to adjust for the World Cup dates. Oh, a lovely bit of carry through from Rana there. And he drops his bat nicely, Dan Mosley.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, these franchise leagues around the world, because at the moment they're talking about cutting back the county championship here in England and the players are playing too much, etc. But what would be really sad for English cricket fans is if they do that and then the players just use that time then to go around playing in franchise leagues. You can't blame the players, they've got to pick up the money. It's a short-lived, there's a short shelf life on your career, so I get that. But I think the fans would be a bit peeved if that happened.
I feel like it could be monitored a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. And what I'd also like to see as well, certain countries who maybe don't have the cash reserves or the wages that players are paid in India or in in England, and they'd rather play franchise cricket than play for their country. And I think that is one of the issues facing international and world cricket at the moment.
Yeah, a defence from Mosley to bring up the end of the over. 371 for 5 Lions. Haynes on 151. Dan Mosley with 29 to his name, trailing by 186. Yeah, there needs to be some sort of I believe, regulation, some sort of monitoring on it, because I can understand it's a short career as players, and you never know, should you be unfortunate to get an injury that shortens your career even more,
Yeah.
then of course you don't have many years to make your living, really.
No, you could go and get injured tomorrow. You could go and, do your ACL or whatever, and that's your career over.
I also think it comes down to values.
Haynes just works that one. Haynes has set his stall out here, isn't he? He's just going to accumulate. England Lions now trailing by 185. Yeah, I agree about values. I think it's...
Because for some people it still means the world to them to be able to get a test cap and play test cricket.
Yeah.
And that's where they will put all their time and focus into it.
Yeah.
But sometimes some people don't view the game like that. That's absolutely fine. And they might look to travel and play franchise leagues.
And all round the wicket, just hits Mosley amidships.
But like you said, when you've got those emerging countries and players from those countries are prioritising franchise cricket, and we're talking about reducing the gap, and the gap that is created by obviously the different levels of experience from teams and how much cricket teams are getting to play. Well, if your main players aren't playing the games that they're getting the opportunity to perform in, that gap will always keep increasing and you won't be able to make it smaller.
It's again hit Mosley, and she'll just nibbling it back into the left-handers here. I agree, and I think also agents have got a part to play as well, because I think certain players probably haven't been that well advised and possibly chasing.
I think the other part that's actually quite crucial and might get overlooked as well is what importance is put within the country's domestic structure and on what format.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if a country's domestic system really does emphasise playing red ball cricket and shows the value of that.
It's just pushed to mid-on.
Then you do see that translate into players and what their desires are.
Yeah.
But for example, countries which may not focus so much on the red ball stuff and allow players to perhaps miss international test seasons and series to go and play franchise cricket, which we have seen happen as well. People put down their central contract so that they can go and make money in franchise leagues. It's a combination of factors, and I think just because so many leagues have popped up now, it's a hard one.
Pleasant shot by Mosley. I'm not sure any country in the world now prioritises red ball cricket. I would say that England probably one of the last ones, but even we have a break in our season for a month now to accommodate the 100. I would say that the Big Bash has overtaken the Sheffield Shield in Australia, and the IPL is just a behemoth, isn't it? It's just huge. It's massive, and it's overtaken
biggest T20 franchise tournament happening in the world.
Yeah.
But again, nothing's going to be able to compete with that, because if you look at India, you're completely beaten by the population, the numbers there. You won't be able to compete.
No, exactly. I mean, that's why India have become a superpower, because a lot of sport now is about rights, television rights, isn't it? And with a country of 1.3 billion people who are obsessed with the game of cricket, it's you can see how India have become a dominant force in world cricket.
And of course depends on what your country's national sport is. Football's extremely popular here, and in India it's cricket. So when you have the population and you've created the star players as well, right? So India's quite good at giving players a spotlight, and they get mobbed everywhere they go, and That same sort of stardom you don't see translate into players here, but that's also a cultural element. Pushed straight to mid-wicket. That's why you see so many of the big dogs in Indian cricket also escape to the UK during the summer so they don't get mobbed by fans and they can enjoy some quiet time.
Virat Kohli's moving to England, isn't he? I believe. Is there a rumour going around?
I know he spends a lot of time over here.
I know that Sachin Tendulkar is quite happy in London. He's got, well, I think he's got places all around the world, hasn't he? But I think he likes spending time in London.
Straighter from Rana. Well, it's a lovely place to be, especially in the summer. I don't think anything is nicer than London in the summer. And if we get a proper summer, it's a glorious place to be.
Well, my job as the PR advisor for the Kent Tourist Board, obviously says Kent is up there as well.
Just a slip and a gully in place now for Haynes. We've lost the other slip. Slashes at this one. He's played that shot quite a few times today, Tom Haynes. Happy just to stay a little bit beside the ball. .373 for 5. Been good, has Rana, since he's been chucked the new ball. Just started to dry up that flow of runs a little bit.
Yeah, he's probing away, isn't he? Just bowling back of a length.
Kids running in front of us, trying to find some of the India A players on the boundary to sign their autograph book. It's a better line from Harshit Rana.
Yeah, that's what it's about. And the Indian players have been excellent, I think. Fine role models.
Bump ball straight to cover. Will conclude the end of the over as well. 88 overs bowled in the Lions innings. 374 for 5. Mosley on to 30 now. Haynes 153 to his name. 2 runs from that over.
Yeah, we've got a drinks break coming on.
It's been an hour since the players have been on the field.
Yeah,
before you think it's a declaration.
Yeah, no, exactly. I did think about it this time. There was an audible gasp there, wasn't there, with that bump ball? There's a group of Indian fans who are situated down on the bottom end of the ground, down by the cafe, where sort of quite a lot of spectators tend to congregate here at Canterbury.
I do like being scattered amongst spectators at grounds sometimes.
Yeah. I mean,
it's quite entertaining sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe you can see it's been a bump ball, but they're over the moon, delighted, celebrating as though it's a wicket.
Yeah.
And then absolutely disheartened as soon as they see the replay on the big screen.
In England in August, whilst the 100's going on, the counties play a 50-over competition called the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And a lot of those games, especially at the bigger counties whose grounds are in use for the 100, tend to use outgrounds. And an outground is not the main ground, and there are some absolutely lovely venues on the circuit. I'm lucky enough to be going down again to Cheltenham College, which is an absolutely gorgeous venue with the spires, and it's like going back in time. I covered Warwickshire versus Surrey last year at Rugby School, which was another really nice place. And again, you're in with the public. The only problem there is you've got them walking in front of you as the bowler's bowling the ball, and you're weaving from side to side, doing a more than passable impression of Bez from the Happy Mondays. So, as you're trying to see the action as they're going past you. But there are some lovely ones on the circuit. Arundel's a nice one down in Sussex.
Arundel's a beautiful setting.
Yeah. Stowe School, where Northamptonshire play. That's lovely. That's very pleasant. A lot of them are the old sort of schools. Or some lovely club grounds. Went to Leicestershire, use a venue called Kibworth, which I think they were using for women's cricket this year.
Yeah,
and
they have been.
Yeah, I went there the day after, covering Surrey last year. I went there the day after the news of the sad passing of Graham Thorpe, who was a loyal servant of England and of Surrey. And I thought Leicestershire handled the whole event with tact and handled it really well.
It's been thirsty work this first hour after lunch. Tom Haynes and Dan Mosley have been going strong. Came back from lunch. England lines 333 for 5. And well, since then they've been able to put on 41 runs on the board. And finally it looks like peak levels of hydration have been reached.
Yeah.
We should be getting underway. Not like the overrate has been lagging behind enough as it is. 54 overs left in the day.
Yeah, there's no penalties for a slow overrate, but India A have been bowling at 12 an hour, which is, yeah, not great. Not great.
Especially when you've got someone like Anshul Kamboj with a run-up that ends you up in Calais, north of France, not far from where we are. It will be taking you some time to get through those 6 deliveries.
He has to swim the first 18 miles of his run-up. Dodging the ferries coming out of Dover. Climbs up the White Cliffs and he's into his run-up.
Or triathlon. We'll be into Dan Mosley.
And he comes. Mosley crashes that one off the back foot. Out through cover point. But quite a defensive field. And just goes for one.
Yeah, they've gone onto the defence quite soon again after taking the new ball, India A.
Yeah.
New ball taken 8 overs to go into the 9th now with the new ball.
Yeah, it's a deep cover point. There's a deep square. And mid-on and mid-off are halfway back to the boundary. There's also a long leg, so you've got 3 on the boundary. And mid-on and mid-off pushed fairly deep. And that's forward defensive, which dribbles out to the aforementioned mid-off. That tackle there. That's. Where's that one gone to the?
To Gully.
To Gully, yeah. Just blocked by the wicket keeper there. Couldn't quite see. In fact, that's tackle down here at long leg, isn't it? A fine leg. I think just going through his paces, going through his exercises. So I wonder if he's been told to warm up. Anshul. That's lovely. Sharp, but just goes nowhere. Haynes just gone into his shell a little bit. He got his 100 off 138 balls. And the next 53 runs have taken 107 balls. Seems he got his 150 a long time ago, and he's only added 3 more to his total since then. Just keeping him quiet a little bit. They've cut off his shot square of the wicket through the offside. He pushes that one again defensively into the covers. 375 for 5. Haynes 153. Been out there since this time yesterday. Mosley 31 or 54. Zamanakta's due in next. He likes to give it a whack. Played through the offside. Has he got enough on this? No, he's not, because the fielder out there keeps Haynes to 2. That completes the over. 377 for 5. Yeah, Zamanakta plays for Gloucestershire, plays his county. And my co-commentator at Gloucestershire, Ian Randall, got his car hit by Zaman in the car park with a huge 6 the other week.
As a batter, that would be so satisfying. Can you imagine? Coming down the track, lofting it over behind the pavilion, and then you hear a smash.
Luckily it hit the tyre.
Oh, no, I think it would be so satisfying.
Yeah, he did send me a social media message, though, of a clip where the New Zealand commentator Ian Smith gets his car hit whilst he's commentating, and it's a hire car, and it's one of the most amusing bits of social media content you'll see out there.
Harshit Rana into Dan Mosley. And starts off with a shorter one. Mosley pretty happy just to get under those. We've seen that throughout the course of his innings so far.
Yeah, Rana searching for his first wicket.
it's time to get back to the top of his mark. That is for sure. It's in for his 18th over here. Harshit Rana. Plays that late. Shouts of, did you get it, from some of the young spectators around the ground. Did you get the autograph? Did he sign it?
They're having fun. They've got to go back to school tomorrow, haven't they? Half-term week here in England.
That's a bit of a looser shot there from Dan Mosley.
He still did that elegantly though, didn't he?
Did it elegantly, but it just seemed a bit half-hearted from him. .377 for 5 here, England Lions.
Yep, 31 needed to avoid the follow-on.
Again, has a bit of a waft at this one. Getting tempted by the angle created here by Harshit Rana.
Yeah, slower ball I think there. I think Rana's just rolled his fingers over it.
Three wickets lost in the Lions innings so far today. Max Holden gone for 101. James Rue out LBW. To Mukesh Kumar and Rehan Ahmed as well, caught at second slip by Sarfraz Khan off the bowling.
Slow going here at Canterbury. 44 runs been added in an hour and 20 post lunch. Off 16 overs.
They haven't been rushed at all here, India A, to get through their overs. And just as much as they've been lax in the field, these two batters out there in the middle have been running hard and taken on those opportunities to come back for a couple where possible. 379 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, good placement there from Mosley. Just gets it into the pocket. And he'll go back for 2. There's the scene on your television. The Freeman retirement flats to your left-hand side. Where Nikki Chowdhury will be parading on the balcony one day, watching
Old and wrinkly.
watching Kent.
If there's one thing that makes you look forward to retirement, those flats aren't far off from it.
That's played pleasantly by Haynes. They think about 2 on the misfield. Yeah, but as long as they don't build in front of those retirement flats, a double-decker the Zach Crawley stand. That's what you can't have. That would ruin your view.
Nice set of flats by Lords as well, actually. If you're making me think about what ground has nice flats around it.
Bit pricey. Bit pricey though.
Yeah, when I win the lottery, those ones.
Oh, that's a big shot there from Mosley. He's looking to get on with it, I think. Anshul just bowling length. Mosley getting on the dance floor and trying to smash him back towards the city centre. If he'd have connected with that one, might have cleared the spire of the cathedral.
Suddenly starts to play maybe a shot out of character, Dan Mosley, once in a while.
It's more conservative. Forward defensive, which dribbles out on the onside. Anshul coming in. It's been turned into the leg side. He's going to get 4 runs for that. Nice shot. Mosley going through the gears here. He's on to 37. Haynes 156. Absolute marathon. Anshul still bustling in. Oh, that's an inside edge which dribbles past leg stump. The Surrey cut, as they call it in this neck of the woods. And one more to Mosley's total.
Moves on to 38. Minutes out from tea here now on day 3.
Here's Anshul. That's a drive without any sense of timing. Haynes just clothing that one. And the ball going out to mid-on. That's the only over. 91 overs gone in this Lions innings. And there's a minimum of 51 remaining in the day today. I'm not sure we're going to get 51 in.
I don't think we will. That's a long, long way to go. And as you mentioned, Dan, we've got a cut-off time of 6:30 here. And with a 20-minute tea break scheduled as well, I think it's going to be quite a tough job to bowl 51 overs all before 6:30 today.
Yet news from Cardiff, where England are playing the West Indies. The West Indies have been bowled out in the 48th over for 308. 4 wickets for Adil Rashid, 3 for Saqib Mahmood. Meanwhile, here at Canterbury. The second string, 385 for 5.
Now a change in bowling as well from the Nackington Road end. Mukesh Kumar is going to come back into the attack now for the first time in the afternoon session, replacing Nitish Kumar Reddy and Harshit Rana, who've already bowled from this end. Already in the afternoon session. Into Dan Mosley. It's the third bowler to come in from the Nackington Road end this afternoon. Two slips in the gully. That's gone straight to gully.
The wind dies down, doesn't it? And then it gets up again all of a sudden. We saw, who was it this morning? Was it Rana who pulled out of his run-up, didn't he? The sudden gust of wind.
It was Shuttle Tucker as well from the pavilion
Shuttle,
end.
that's it, yeah.
Slashed away down to deep point. .386 for 5. Taking his guard here, Tom Haines. They've got someone in there now for Haines. They've realised that that's a shot he likes. And if he's a bit early on it, he will find the fielder. Just like he has there.
Yeah. I think this pitch has got slower and lower as the game's gone on. And I think it's now sort of quite hard to time the ball. It's not as easy to time the ball, is it? Those forcing shots sort of going nowhere now.
An example of that once again. That would have beaten the fielder yesterday.
Yeah. The ball was coming onto the bat a lot more, wasn't it, yesterday? And it's just maybe just sticking in the surface a little bit today as this track has got older. I mean, it happens with a cricket wicket. Doesn't make it a bad thing, and nothing's misbehaved at all.
Yeah, just struggling to find the feel of bat on ball here. So hence they're just trying to push at it a little bit. Because they had that yesterday when they were out there in the middle. Tom Haines just touch it and go. And right now, here on day 3 in the afternoon session, it's not coming at ease, just becoming slightly more difficult. Just one run off the over there from Kumar. 386 for 5 Lions. And they trail by 171.
Yeah, slow going this afternoon. There's Haynes and Mosley having a chat on his screen. Fist bump. What do you think they're discussing? Where to go for dinner tonight in Canterbury?
Sport for choice.
You are actually.
You would know. Shardul Thakur is going to be coming back into the attack from the pavilion end as the announcement gets made on the tannoy.
I would have probably gone to Dubé here. I think get the spinners on, see if there's with a newer ball it'll spin quicker.
Well, the new ball experiment didn't really work for India A.
Thakur. Clipped off the legs by Mosley. He's got that into the gap. He's going to get two. There's Dubé fields and hurls the ball in.
Yeah, they could. They'll probably give Shardul Thakur a shot now and see if something can happen. But if not, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dubé back into the attack just before tea time.
Mosley just drops that one into the offside, opens the face and just runs it backward a square through that vacant backward point region. Goes out to the fielders out in the deep, patrolling the line, and they'll just take a single.
Northampton's also quite a nice deck to bat on, isn't it?
It's a good cricket wicket, Northampton. He's got a little bit for everyone. Are you working that one up there? No. It's a... it's got a little bit in it for everyone. Clipped. Walked wide of mid-on. Good work by the fielder there. Keeps them down to a single. Yeah, it's got good pace and carry. It turns, but generally it's a good batting track. I think it's a good cricket wicket, Northampton.
Are you up there for that game?
No, I'm not. No, I've got a few days off actually. I'm covering Essex women's game on Wednesday.
T20 Blast?
Yeah.
The blast is underway.
That's over the top.
On the charge here, Dan Mosley. I love that.
Yeah. One bounce and crashes into the advertising boards in front of the Frank Woolley stand. Gun barrel straight. Lovely shot by Mosley.
That's really showing some authority there from Dan Mosley. Charging down against Shardul Thakur. Just watches it fly by.
As he pushes that one through point. Moves on to 47. Deserves a 50, Mosley. I like the look of him. He's impressed me.
No, he has. He's batted well.
Up the India ace squad walking around in front of us. Is that Isham Kishan?
too tall to be Ishan Kishan.
Oh, imperious from Haynes. Bisects the two cover fielders and runs away to the cover boundary. Lovely shot. Just got his weight right there. That's the end of the over. 3.99 for 5. Just 9 needed now to avoid the follow-on.
That's expensive there. 13 runs off that over, Shardul Thakur.
Yeah, Haynes moving into the 160s.
He's been named in that main squad, has Thakur, to take on England. It just makes you wonder if you're being sent down the ground by Lad Mosley. You've got a big summer ahead of you. One try of getting 400 up on the board here. England Lions.
Yeah, Jeet Singh Dale this morning, he said he thought 500 was about par on this wicket. I think England are going to get to par. It's how much over they go and how quickly they go.
Mukesh Kumar. He pleads here. It's going down. And that will bring up the 400 on the board as well for England Lions. 400 up on the scoreboard. Tom Haynes on 161. Dan Mosley with 47 to his name. And they trail by 157.
Yeah, you've got to be doing quite a bit around the wicket. You've got to be pitching it middle and straightening it if you want an LBW. Otherwise, it's going to go down the leg side.
Another leg bite. Likes the glance, does Tom Haynes.
Yeah, England are just looking to accelerate a little now, aren't they? It was rather pedestrian, wasn't it, about 45 minutes ago?
Yeah, you can just see them changing gears slowly here. Again, looking to access the leg side here. Just has to be careful because we saw a similar situation with James Rue trying to turn the ball into the leg side against Mukesh Kumar. Failed to track his front leg back and he got trapped LBW.
Yeah, he's got to be also careful, Kumar, where he's appealing. He's going right down the middle of the track there. That might attract the attention of the umpires.
That's better, looking to play it straighter here, Dan Mosley. He's hit that straight onto the back of his leg, where you don't have padding. That's going to leave a nice
Ouch.
little mark. That's a bad one when you hit the ball onto the back of your leg, or if you're really unfortunate, you hit the ball right onto your foot.
Yeah, onto the ankle at the back. There's no protection. That hurts.
You always get hit where there's no padding, no protection. That's better timed from him.
.401 for 5. Sun comes out. The famous lime tree here at Canterbury, blowing in the wind. Well, it's a clone of the lime tree, which was actually inside the playing area. The original was about 20 yards further in.
And that will end the over as well. 401 for 5 here. Just 2 leg buys in the over.
Yeah, 20 minutes to tea. More autographs being signed for the kids.
Yeah, impressed with Mukesh Kumar getting the 3 wickets in the morning session. Max Holden, James Rue, Rehan Ahmed all fell to him. And of course, it's his maiden first-class game in England. He took 11 wickets in 2 matches for India A versus Australia A, but unfortunately didn't get a game in the Border Gavaskar Trophy. He's been impressive today, making up from yesterday as he makes his way down towards the boundary line in front of us. Now going to be continuing with Shardul Thakur after got hit for 13 in the last over.
Yeah, he gets another one. That's just played into the covers. The Indian substitute fielders having a laugh with the crowd right here in front of us. It's made Nicky chuckle.
You say it as though it's a hard thing.
Haynes, stand and deliver. 4 more.
It's a lovely looking shot there.
Yeah, I think if it's in Tom Haynes' half now, I think he's going to go through, free his arms up.
Moves on to 165. Just look at the fluidity, the weight transfer into the shot down the ground.
Thakur bowls and Haynes drives again, but Thakur just was that one.
The Lions needed an innings like this from Tom Haynes as well, especially after the scurry of wickets this morning. Good partnership with Max Holden. Tom Haynes also being dropped 3 times in his innings so far. Once on 11, second on 83.
Oh, big swing, no ding from Haynes.
And then dropped again on 112. And that went straight into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel and immediately out again of the bowling of Harshit Rana.
Harshit Rana. He's a man who can multitask. Oh, and that's again another big shot from Haynes to complete the over, but he doesn't connect.
Don't get greedy, Tom Haynes. End of the over, 405 for 5. Mukesh Kumar is the one who can multitask as he's signing autographs in one hand or keeping the eye on the ball on the other.
Running back onto the field, and now he's going to take his turn to bowl from the Nackington Road end. I mean...
Well, who said that men can't multitask, eh?
Hey.
He's just defied the fact. I'm not going to believe anyone now. If they say, I'm sorry, I can't multitask.
No.
Just point them in the direction of Mukesh Kumar. Signing autographs, taking selfies, fielding the ball on the boundary line. Rolling his arm over from the Nackington Road end. I think it's better off trying to play that towards mid-on here. Dan Mosley.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's trying to work it too square, isn't he? He's closing the bat face off. Needs to show Mukesh Kumar the maker's name.
No, that's better. Full face of the bat. Just think, as soon as he's trying to close the face of the bat into the leg side there. Not able to track his foot.
Yeah, Kumar's bowling tidily though, isn't he? He's not giving him any freebies. He's bowling a good length, just back of a length, and he's angling it into the body, not giving Mosley any room to get his levers going.
If he just opens up his shoulders a little bit, he'll be able to access that mid-on area. Dan Mosley. Comes through with the action there, Mukesh Kumar. 405 for 5. 10 minutes away from tea time. 3:40 is when we'll take tea here in Canterbury. That's better. Gone straight to mid-on there. Seems a bit frustrated though, Dan Mosley hasn't been able to beat the fielder. I just think he needs to realise there's no rush. I'm suddenly starting to sense some urgency from him. We're 10 minutes away from tea. The last thing he wants to do now is give it away. Slip in a gully and play. good stop. We spoke about how India A's fielding has been on the sloppier side, but that has completely made up for it. And that's just going to frustrate Mosley a little bit more. He's trying to get... I just feel like he's trying... One run till England can avoid the follow-on.
As an 8-year-old child just told his mates walking past. It's very good knowledge.
Be surprised by what 8-year-olds know nowadays.
Follow-on figure.
And this is missing the outer edge of Dan Mosley. And it was just a very loose shot from him. Just sense that he's getting frustrated. He looks behind him. As Drew Jarrell half-heartedly appeals for that one as well. And there will only be the 1 no ball in that over. 406 for 5. Dan Mosley, you just sense that frustration now in him, Dan. He's looking for that magic shot. He needs that boundary, but I really don't see any rush for him to try and create it right now. Probably have a couple of overs left. 7 minutes to go. But Kumar should be happy with himself right here. He's bowled well today.
Yeah, this will probably be the last one before tea from Shardul Thakur.
17 overs. 3 for 58 here, Mukesh Kumar.
Haynes defends. Oh, that open face again.
Stays behind off the ball a bit again, Haynes. He's looked very affirmative, if I can get my words out, when he's showed pure purpose to get forward. Sometimes just leaning back, keeping his head in the middle. That's when we've seen his head lift off a little bit.
Again defended. Pushed to mid-on. Slight misfield. Haynes thinks about it. There's the fielder saying, tempting Haynes. Saying, come on, run on the misfield. Might be the only way they can get him out at the moment. He's batting that well. Again, the ball goes out to mid-on. I've seen that happen a few times. In fact, I had a coach of a county once admitted to me that they were bowling for run-outs and said it in all seriousness.
Bowling for run-outs?
Yeah, bowling for run-outs.
Well, I like the fact that they were honest.
Brutally honest. Yeah. Yeah, I won't name names, but well-known coach. Pushed into extra cover. We'll actually get one more in after this before tea.
I think we will.
That clock over there is slightly fast, I think, on the top of the Cheeseman stand. Above where the players' dressing rooms are. Haynes plays pleasant looking shot, but only get one for it because there's a fielder out on the fence. 407 for 5. Haynes goes on to 166. Daniel Mousley, 47.
On track for his 13th half-century.
It just hurries Mosley up a little. Goes to try and pull it and gets hit in the venerables. You listen to me, Dan Whiting and Nikki Chowdhury here on the ECB channel and app. England Lions, versus India A. Live from the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence. At a warm and sunny now Canterbury.
Yeah, nice partnership of 81 runs between Tom Haynes and Dan Mosley going on here. So this will probably be the final over before tea from Mukesh Kumar at the Nackington Road end. Looks to make space, and that's a bottom edge.
Yeah, he's lucky there.
So Jarrell, who really drops his head. Disappointed.
There's umpire Tom Lungley in the background.
Tall man himself.
Yeah, he was a tear-away fast bowler at Derbyshire.
That's a fine tickle hit. And Haynes will move on to 167. England Lions 408 for 5. Final over before tea on day 3 here in Canterbury. India A were bowled out for 557 yesterday.
The fuller one's been avoided anyway. What I'd really love to see, and it's not going to happen, funky declaration at tea, 140 behind. India A go and smash it around in the final session, get 160, and set England Lions 3:30 tomorrow morning.
That would be
well,
making sure we end up with a result. Just the one again. Very comfortable just playing that shot, Dan Mosley. Moves on to 48.
Chances of that happening? Well,
Doesn't look like it, I'll be honest with you.
Bob Hope, the Cape of Good Hope and No Hope spring to mind.
I don't see a declaration happening anytime now, especially when Tom Haynes is out there still. On 167. And This has run down ever so fine, and it will not be stopped, unfortunately. And it crosses the boundary rope. That'll be leg buys, 413 for 5. Nearly time for tea. It's going to be interesting to see how this surface plays tomorrow. Starting to see signs of wear and tear. A bit of wear and tear amongst India A fielders as well. Waits for that one, does Tom Haynes, and that will be tea here on day 3 in Canterbury. Lions are 413 for 5. We've lost the 3 wickets of Max Holden, James Drew and Rehan Ahmed. And well, since we've been back after lunch, it's been Dan Mosley and Tom Haynes out there in the middle. They've got a partnership of 83 runs between them as the players head off alongside the umpires, James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley. They'll be off for 20 minutes. And you can catch myself, Nikki Chowdhury, and Dan Whiting back here very soon. It's been untroubled for the England Lions batters since both Mosley and Tom Haynes have been at the crease. And having taken the new ball after 80 overs, well, they still haven't been able to get the breakthrough. So we'll join you back in 20 minutes' time.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that, a game.
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie, energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that. And it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that.
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to
And to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games, and root for our favorite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that. And it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
you can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year it's just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
Guys, who's the bat? I'm bowling.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it. The team for you. You love it. You don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket. Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that. A game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days. Or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball. More than winning and losing. What makes cricket cricket is us, some decent.
afternoon and welcome back to Canterbury as we get set to kick off the evening session. England Lions 413 for 5. Tom Haines on 167. Dan Mosley just 2 runs shy of his half century. They're trailing by 144, and the new ball was taken at the 80th over. But unfortunately for India A, they haven't been able to get this breakthrough that they have so desperately needed. And a partnership of 83 runs between Tom Haines and Dan Mosley has just been ticking on by. And safe to say, it's been a pretty flat session. Wouldn't you think so, Dan?
Yeah, it certainly was. 80 runs added in... What,
4 overs left in the day, but as Dan mentioned earlier, 6:30 is the cut-off time, and I don't see 44 overs being bowled in the next 2.5 hours, especially at the rate India A have been conducting themselves on the field.
Yeah, there's the scene as well. Blue skies and sunshine bathing the ground.
Yeah, that marquee tent right in the middle of the screen is where Dan and I have been put up.
Yeah. And
those are the retirement flats as well to the left, where Dan's on track to get himself moved in sometime soon.
Yeah. The view back across towards Thanet, back towards sort of Margate and Broadstairs, that area.
I've got a few more years left till I can put my name down on the application list on that, but I quite fancy the one on the top far left. Nice balcony. Tom Haines, though, absolutely brilliant out there. 167 for him, and he's played with the bowlers nicely, really accessing all areas of the ground. Coming out with the reverse sweep against the spin of Dubé. And of course, it's really run well as well. Taken on the leg side more often than not. Looking to make some space on the offside as the umpires make their way out onto the middle. James Middlebrook and Tom Malungley.
Yeah, Peter Such, your match referee as well. He gets about Peter Such. He seems to be always doing the game that I'm doing as match referee.
Maybe he's just following you. Maybe he looks at the rotor to see where Dan Whiting's been placed.
We had this with Jack Shantry last year, and I wrote about it in my book. And I did a game in Bristol on the Thursday, Gloucestershire versus Essex. Jack Shantry was there. I then covered a game for Surrey on the Friday in Cardiff, Glamorgan versus Surrey. Jack Shantry was there. And I did Surrey versus Kent at the Oval on the Sunday night. Jack Shantry was there, and I saw him at all 3. And I said, look, I'm not following you around the country. You don't have to put a restraining order on me, Jack. I'm not stalking you, mate.
Players making their way on to the field of play after the tea break. Maybe warm themselves with a cup of tea or a cup of chai. In the breezy conditions here in Canterbury. You ever had a cup of chai?
No, I haven't. No, not a proper sort of Indian one.
Oh,
I'm not really a tea
out.
drinker. I like a coffee.
I promise you, that could convert you.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I've got to have a proper cup of chai. Not any of this chai tea business, I'm sorry.
Like a Darjeeling? No.
No, it's...
Oh. I've got that wrong, haven't I?
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
You need to get yourself out to India. Get yourself roadside. And go to one of the tea stalls and indulge in a nice hot cup of Garak chai.
Of what?
Garak chai.
Garak?
K-A-D-A-K. Garak chai.
Okay. Is that a special type of chai?
It's normal tea with milk and a bit of sugar.
Okay. Like breakfast tea?
Yeah, but it's like... It's boiled over a while. It's like over a while, and it's nice, thick, and flavoured with some cardamom and...
Okay, that sounds good.
Really
interesting.
Nice.
Interesting.
Lovely on a cooler day like it is today. As we kick things off from the pavilion end.
And Mosley gets off the mark with one just nurdled into the onside, and he moves on to 49. Big fan of Indian food. There's a place in London which is like Mumbai street food, which I really like, and a lot of southern Indian places I like. You know.
Do you like your spice then?
Yeah, Kerala fish curries, and that sort of region down there. I'd like to go and visit that part of the world, like Pondicherry and all that sort of part of the world down in the south of India.
Yeah, the French influence in Pondicherry.
Yeah.
Portuguese over in Goa.
Yep. Kumar Reddy, and that has gone through the slip cordon. The slip's very wide there.
Extremely wide. Had he been in a more conventional slip position, that could have been an opportunity. But Tom Haynes moves on to 171 with that boundary. Perhaps you race down the hill as well. That was the first boundary of the evening session.
Yeah, Haynes riding his luck a little bit there, but I think he deserves it.
And a few chances of luck.
He's earned the right. He's earned the right, though.
Been dropped 3 times. Dropped on 11, on 83, and then on 112.
Kumar Reddy in, and let's hope Haynes is all right here.
I think this is just going to be the mandatory concussion test that's needed.
Yeah.
He's gone a bit too early on it, actually, Tom Haynes.
Yeah, there'll be those questions. Who's the Prime Minister?
You get to choose your own questions in the concussion test, so each player gets to, well, this is what I've heard, they have a set bank of questions. They have to give the physio their answers, and physio has to like go through and be like, okay, Tom's just had a ball in the head, what were his questions? And they ask him and see if he remembers them.
Ah, okay. What was your first pet's name?
Concussed or not, I wouldn't remember that.
I know, that's your bank password, isn't it? That's a different thing completely.
You know when you have to go update your password and it says, please, it's time to change your password after how many of a months it's been.
Yeah.
And then you go and put in your new one and you're like, no, this password has already been used. And then you're just losing options here. I'm like, what else do I... You just find variations of like the same password.
Going back to Indian food though, a few years ago I got as a present Rick Stein's Indian cookbooks. He'd been around India and taken curries from a lot of different regions, and I got really into it. I cook now, make my own paste.
Oh, you do the whole shebang?
Yeah, garam masala is my friend.
You make your own garam masala, do you?
No,
Oh.
I buy garam masala.
I was going to say, that was really going to impress me.
Yeah, no. But, you know, I think you can do anything with garam masala.
Yeah, it makes it better if you make it yourself as well at home. Toast your own spices and grind it down. I'm asking too much of you now, Dan.
Yeah, now you're getting like really technical on me. But turmeric is now a superfood, isn't it?
I think turmeric's always been a superfood. It's just been made popular
Right.
now.
Okay.
Because the whole invention of a turmeric latte, it's existed in Indian culture for years, and we've had it as turmeric milk. And then suddenly, with social media and Ayurvedic health coming into the scene, becoming more popular, and that is the delivery that's causing the disruption here in Canterbury at the moment, as Tom Haynes is just getting checked up by the England Lions physio after having one on the helmet. Doesn't look too disturbed.
No, I think he's all right. It's just getting a new helmet. They have to swap the helmet over, don't they? Turmeric gets everywhere, though, doesn't it? It gets into
Good for you, though.
Yeah. But
Anti-inflammatories.
Gets into your fingernails. It gets everywhere. And if you've got to be careful what you touch after turmeric, because You can turn your whole house yellow. All your light switches,
I don't know what you're doing with all this turmeric, Dan.
your oven dial, it's all yellow in my
What have you been
house.
doing? Do you just pop your hand into the spice jar?
No, sometimes I coat chicken, you see, and hand rub it in.
Then you're meant to wash your hands, otherwise you might end up with salmonella.
Ah, that's where I'm going, Ron.
Just getting his helmet checked. Tom Haines.
Raw chicken not good for you, then, no?
Well, clearly you're still fighting strong next to me, so can't be that bad.
It's like Turkish delight, isn't it?
418 for 5 England Lions.
Let's move back to the cricket. We've
not
still
much-
got a delay to Tom Haines.
Yeah, not much cricket going on currently as Tom Haines just has a chat with the physio. I think there's something up with the helmet from what we can see. He's just trying to get it back into its correct position. Haines on 171. And on his wagon wheel, just seeing how he's accessing all areas of the ground. He's made space on the offside, shuffled across and accessed the leg side, come down the track as well on a couple of occasions. And then, of course, gone with the reverse sweep against Harsh Dubé. And we've seen the conventional sweep shot come out into play as well. Mosley on 49. He's on track for his 13th half a century in first-class cricket. But yeah, lovely scenes over the ground here in Canterbury. The floodlight just above us in the marquee.
Yeah, a lot of history in this part of the world. Was the Canterbury Cathedral, was where poor old Thomas Becket got his head lopped off. And then during the Second World War,
That name really rings a bell to me now, but that just shows how much attention I paid in my history classes.
wow, yeah. But Second World War, Battle of Britain, which is why the links are with Spitfire, and you'll see the advertisements for the beer, which is from a local brewery here, Shepherd Neame, Spitfire beer, because of this part of the world. And also a lot of boats went from further down in Kent down to Dunkirk.
Well, it looks like we are going to get some more cricket back as Tom Haines seems to have sorted his helmet out, and umpire James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley disperse into their positions.
Yeah, thankfully Haines is all right.
Yeah, a slight delay, but as long as Tom Haines is okay, he's on 171 here as we've just come back after the tea break, and that was just the third ball of that first over after the tea break, in which we saw Tom Haines get one on the helmet. But he seems all right now, and he's ready to go. Nitish Kumar ready to continue.
Yeah, he's quite slippery. Kumar ready, and he comes. Haines looks all right. Plays that one nicely to mid-off.
Sometimes it can startle you, right, if you get one on the head.
Yeah, I've been hit a few times. I got hit quite badly once without a lid. Fielding in at silly mid-off. Probably answers a lot, doesn't it? Ball actually went for 4 off my head.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't see it. I was on the ground. As that's pushed into the offside. Yeah, I was on the ground. Apparently it made a horrible clunk.
That explains so much.
But what happened, it was 2 balls to go for the end of the over, and skipper put me in there. I thought I'll get the lid at the end of the over, save a bit of time. First ball, our off spinner's thrown up a lovely juicy full toss, which the batsman has screamed into my head from about a yard away. So always wear a lid, kids. Well, you've got to now as kids, but even grown-ups always stick a lid on. As that's pushed back to the bowler.
5 runs from the over. 418 for 5.
It seemed a long time ago, that boundary where Haynes edged it through the slips. I think that over took about 15 minutes, didn't it? More, 17 minutes.
At least he's okay. And he's ready to go, Tom Haynes. We'll see a change in bowling as well from the Nackington Road end. Shardul Thakur coming back into the attack for the evening session. Day 3 at the Spitfire ground in Canterbury, listening and watching England Lions taking on India A on the ECB website app. And of course, Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury, talking you through the final session of the day. Slipping a gully in place for Mosley. And that will bring up his half-century for Dan Mosley. His 13th half-century here in first-class cricket. He's played a brilliant knock alongside Tom Haynes.
Yeah, well batted, Dan Mosley. Fluent, elegant, and entertaining. In an afternoon that hasn't always offered much of that.
Partnership of 93 between them now. Leans into it, Tom Haynes. And again, just like yesterday when India A started to look a bit deflated within the evening session. Something somewhat similar happening here. Just come back after tea. I'm happy just to clock that to extra cover. After he's just been knocked in the helmet in the last over from Nitish Kumar Reddy, Tom Haynes.
You're too young to probably remember pools coupons. Yeah, but you know what the football pools were? Do you know how that operated? It was you had to try and pick out draws every week. This game was on a pools coupon. You'd be putting a big X next to it, I think. So I think it's destined to be a draw.
Sure is looking that way.
What
Oh, and that has been taken. What a spectacular catch at slip, diving to his left. And that will be the wicket of Tom Haynes. He has a flash at one outside the off stump. And Sarfraz Khan, well, he is like a magnet in at slip. And unfortunately, a magnificent innings from Tom Haynes. The Sussex opener comes to an end, 171 for him, and that will end the partnership of 93 runs between Tom Haynes and Dan Mosley, and he gets the ovation and round of applause he deserves. It's been a pleasure to watch, and an absolute grab from Sarfraz Khan at slip. 419 on the board. England, and 6 wickets down.
Yeah, here's the replay. Look at this. Khan on the horizontal, one-handed, away to his left as well. And that is a spectacular grab. Khan, he's tidy in there. He could catch pigeons. And a brilliant innings. Tom Haynes comes to an end. And that brings Zaman Akhtar to the crease. known by all and sundry in the West Country as Zoomer.
Oh, that was an absolute grab from Sarfaraz Khan. We know he's been working really hard on his fitness, but the agility he showed there, you can practice them as much as you want. But when you pull it off, it's something special. And he had a big, big grin on his face after that one. 6 wickets down now. Zamanakta replacing Tom Haynes out there in the middle.
Yeah, Zamanakta can bat. And he'll bat in an entertaining fashion as well. Watch your car, Nicky.
Oh, you really didn't need to say that. He won't get that one away, just stays off the ball. He's been a delight to watch, Tom Haynes, and he was dropped 3 times during the course of his innings. Scored 171, he dropped first on 11 at second slip, and then again dropped on 83 at point 1. He tried to slash one, and then once again on 112 by the keeper Dhruv Jurel off the bowling of Harshit Rana. Nice pretty looking drive from Akhtar. It will conclude the end of the over from Shardul Thakur. A wicket and a run from it, 419 for 6. And then, well, once you've been dropped and you've been handed a few lives, well, he definitely went on to make the most of it. But this time, that one did stick in the hands of Sarfaraz Khan, diving to his left. 171.
Yeah, I think the rest of the lineup will be Eddie Jack in next, and Josh Hull, and then Ajit Singh Dale bringing up the number 11 position. Anything can happen when he gets a bat in his hand. I've seen him whack a 60 off 25 balls last year and against Essex in the Metro Bank. He's often there for a good time, not a long time. Is Mosley able to face? It's tickled off the hip out to deep square. Well, it'll just be one. Good work there by Mukesh Kumar down the boundary. Kumar Reddy is bowling from the pavilion end. 420 for 6. Akhtar just saying hello to that one. He's one of the good guys in the game, Zaman Akhtar. Very nice chap.
Come through Saka?
Came through Saka, apart from being a Chelsea fan, but you know, he's a nice enough guy. He goes walkies on that one and a shy at the stumps from Dhruv Jurel. But Zaman Akhtar gets back.
Yeah, it looked like he went on an afternoon stroll as he tried to play that one.
Yeah, he's a good hockey player, Zaman Akhtar, as well. I think he's played at
county level?
More, better, I think. I think he's like played sort of quite good club level. I'm not sure what level he's played, but he's I think he's played for like East of England or someone like that.
his
leaves it alone.
main sport was actually hockey growing up.
Yeah, you can see that with his flowing shots because he's got real dexterity of wrist.
I've seen quite a few hockey players come into cricket. I think the main difference is, of course, hockey you use your bottom hand a lot, and cricket not as much unless you're playing a cross-bat shot. So hockey players really do have a good touch on it when it comes to playing the sweep shot. That's one they really do get out the middle when they can free that bottom hand.
That's pushed out to mid-off.
But you do sometimes see the tendency, and it can be evident if someone has come from hockey into cricket, just the way they sometimes push through with that bottom hand.
Yeah.
And the grips are a lot different as well, because you can actually get your palm on the hockey stick, as opposed to in cricket when you're holding the bat, you don't really want your bottom hand palm on the bat. That's when you create trouble for yourself.
Unless you're doing slip catching practice. Again, Zuma plays and misses. Zamanak that also does a very good Dan Whiting impression. I've got it on recording.
End of the over, 420 for 6. Yeah, unless you're giving slip catching practice, but one thing I've always been told is that if you're a batter, the last thing you actually want to do is practice giving slip catching practice to your teammates, because you could just end up in bad habits. And of course, if you've got the ability to control yourself, it's good, and many can, but it's just something you don't want to practice. Why practice something that you don't want to do yourself? Let somebody else take responsibility of that, the fielding coach, perhaps.
Yeah, you're just practicing late cuts, aren't you? I mean, I only had 4 shots anyway. I had the square cut, the late cut, the Harrow cut, and the Surrey cut. So,
Thakur just got the wicket of Tom Haynes. And here he is to continue from the Nackington Road end. Dan Mosley on 51. His 13th first class half century. It's dug deep. Mosley. 93-run partnership with Tom Haynes. But yeah, they have a very good eye for the ball, hockey players. That's for sure. Because the stick they play with is half the size of what cricketers have in their hand. And if you can hit it with a hockey stick... Oh, this might be a run out here. Oh, very casually run through by Zamanak, though. If that ball was on the stumps, he may have just been in trouble.
it wasn't far away. It was quite a good throw.
Yeah, well, he was just kind of ball watching at the non-striker's end, and as soon as that came off the bat of Dan Mosley, he knew that was going to be a single, and of course he just spent so long out there in the middle with Tom Haynes. They were pretty much just signalling to each other for a run just by eye contact. He's got a new partner now. Bottom hand just comes in as he looks to guide it.
That's that slip practice. No, to be fair, it's generally the coaches who do it now, isn't it? The slip practice. It's the, you know, they're the ones who do it, as you said, because batters can get themselves into bad habits doing it.
And it's funny how cricket is a game where bad habits can just sneak in. Doesn't have to be something major. Smallest of margins. That's a lovely delivery. Smallest of margins. It could be something as tiny as the angle at which your bat is being held at in your stance, or even when you tap your bat. I know some batters have had issues with themselves if they've tapped their bat at an angle as well, because it affects how they lift the bat up. distance between your feet during your stance might have got bigger over time, especially as kids growing up. If you have a growth spurt, that can really affect your stance. The smallest of margins, sometimes you'd probably think, how can that really make a difference? But it does. That's a flamboyant looking shot, but it doesn't make any contact with the bat of Akhtar.
No, I find in cricket and in life that bad habits regularly sneak in.
And that's why you have to keep practicing.
Exactly.
Even the greats of the game still out there in the net for hours on end, not because they really haven't hit enough balls in their time, but you're just trying to stop those bad habits creeping in. It's all about feel. And doesn't get this away. Good stop at gully. And that will conclude the end of the over. Just the one run from it. Shardul Thakur's second over in the evening session. 421 for 6.
Yep, so since tea, England Lions have lost Tom Haynes, who was the mainstay of this innings. 171. A vigil, a marathon. A rock. Mosley and Zaman Akhtar now need to continue. There's Nitish Kumar Reddy is about to bustle in from the pavilion end. That's a good delivery. That just got a little bit big on Mosley.
Yeah, stuck in the crease there. Hasn't really gone towards it.
Yeah, a little bit concrete feet, but just got drawn into that shot, didn't he? Kumar Reddy pushing him wide. I wonder if it's the 3-card trick. Away. One back into the pads. That's turned. Wristily. Out to deep square, and that's a single. Zaman Akhtar yet to score, despite being out there for 11 balls. Most unlike him. That's down the leg side. Good take from Dhruv Jurel.
A brilliant take there from Dhruv Jurel. Spring in his step as he jumps to his left. Sun is shining now here in Canterbury. The chilly breeze has disappeared.
Nicky's still got a coat and rug on.
I always have a coat and rug on. Just getting ready for the retirement life.
So that's just played out to mid-on.
.422 for 6 here, England Lions. Zaman Akhtar just out into the middle. To get one away is Akhtar.
Akhtar still can't pierce the covers. And some quite pleasant shots.
I think that was the most pleasing shot to the eye that he's played so far in his 14 deliveries.
Still plays a little bit of club cricket for Bishop Stortford in the Hertfordshire Premier League. Where bats probably 4, 5, something like that. Big cut shot there from Akhtar. That completes the over. 422 for 6. Akhtar yet to score. Mosley's on 53. You're listening to Nicky Chowdhury and me, Dan Whiting, here from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, where it's been quite slow going, but I hope you're still enjoying it wherever you in the world you're joining us from, whether it's from England, whether you're up the road in Margate, or whether you're listening in from India. I hope you're enjoying the cricket, and sometimes these games where they're just slow burners can suddenly fire into life. You never know.
You never know indeed. Shuttle tackle ready to go. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery there from Thakur. That beats the bat. And he's off on the walk there as well, Dan Mosley. He saw Zaman Akhtar do that earlier, take an afternoon stroll as he tried to play the shot. Dan Mosley just doing something similar. It's on 53. Better, that's more in line. Trailing by 135 here, England Lions. 4 wickets lost in the course of the day. Max Holden, James Rue, Rayan Ahmed, and of course Tom Haynes for 171. To mid-off. That run rate just dropping slightly here since the wicket of Tom Haynes. They all to just feed off each other, Mosley and Haynes. Nice hit from Shardul Thakur, just keeping things quiet and tidy. Some of the India A support staff and squad. This was sliced down towards deep point, or just be the single. Yeah, some of the support staff and squad just making some laps of the ground.
Yeah, just getting the lactic acid out the muscles.
That's Tushar Deshpande on the boundary line. Down in front of us. Got some drinks in his hand for his teammates. After the long slog out here in the field. 423 for 6. Just the one run from the over. 423 for 6. Akhtar Yet to get one pass and add a run to his name.
One of the more curious scoreboards here at Canterbury on the circuit. Some people are big fans of scoreboards around the world. The one at Adelaide is one of my favourites in Australia. But it's the most unusual one here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence in Canterbury. Perched on top of the Leslie Ames Pavilion. There's a lot of information on there. Isn't this Kumar ready?
Ready is ready to go.
Oven ready, as Boris Johnson would say. Here he comes, up the hill. It's driven to mid-off by Mosley, who just cartwheels his arm, just trying to get rid of the tension in his arms. He's been out there just shy of 100 balls. I believe it's 16.4 overs.
Quick maths.
Just turns that one out to mid-wicket. They're going to take on the arm of Kumar out there. And they come back for two. Yeah, it's good maths, isn't it? They should have meant a competition built around that, perhaps. 100 balls. Again, he finds the fielder more directly, and they'll just settle for a single this time as Mosley moves on to 57 off 100 balls, exactly.
Talking about 100 balls, the 100 starts in August. Kicks off with London Spirit versus the Oval Invincibles at Lords on the 5th of August.
Akhtar gets off the mark with one cheeky one to mid-on.
Yeah, finally gets himself off the mark. Had to really scamper through that. Yeah, lots of changes coming in at the 100 as well here in England. Since the ECP have put up the teams for sale, was it a 49-51 percentage split in
That's
the
right.
ownership?
Yeah, and a lot of Indian investment, isn't there?
Yeah, they are. I'll tell you which teams have gone where in just a second. But 100 on track for a bit of a change from 2026.
Kumar already just tinkering with his field. Pushed out to extra. No run. Go on, who's going where?
Well, so the ECP were seeking private investment into the 100, and they went through the process, I believe, a few months ago now. We went through a bidding process where parties could express their interest in coming on board and taking part ownership. And we've got some very well-known investors from the IPL world as well, joining hands with the GMR group, joining hands with Southern Brave, so GMR, part owners of the Delhi Capitals.
Mosley punches that off the back foot to mid-off. Completes the over. 4.27 for 6.
Reliance Industries have gone over and got a share in the Oval Invincibles. Reliance Industries, the investment behind the Mumbai Indians. You've got the RPSG group in for the Manchester Originals. And they are the team behind Mr. Sanjeev Goenka and LSG. Lucknow Supergiants. And we do have some new surprises as well in terms of investment. We've also got the men behind Washington Freedom in the MLC, the Major League Cricket Tournament that takes place in America. Have bought shares in Welsh Fire. And then some private investment as well over in Silicon Valley. As Shardul Thakur gets his field sorted for Zaman Akhtar. Managed to come through for a single try at the non-striker's end and just seems to be jogging through there. Zaman Akhtar. He's a bit of a tease, isn't he? Knighthead Capital, the owners of Birmingham City Football Club, have taken ownership over Birmingham Phoenix. Taken part ownership over Birmingham Phoenix. And then you've got London Spirit with the Cricket Investor Holdings Limited. Taking some time to adjust his gloves, Mosley.
But what this means for a number of cash-strapped counties as well is they're going to get a windfall.
Yeah, they get a bit of money, they get a bit of funding coming through from this. And I've heard some counties have already started planning what they'll be doing with this extra funding coming through to them. Lovely looking shot. Lovely looking shot from Dan Mosey. Just pushes at it. And that will be 4 runs. That's lovely. He'll move on to 61. And the line's 432 for 6.
Well, hopefully what it does is makes the county stronger, which in turn, or theoretically, will make the England team stronger.
Well, that's the plan and the idea behind it. So Birmingham Phoenix with Knighthead Capital Management, London Spirit with the Cricket Investor Holdings Limited, Manchester Originals with the RPSG group behind Lucknow Supergiants, Northern Superchargers gone with Sun TV Network Limited, Oval Invincibles Reliance, can't get this one away.
The only problem I see is who will own the players. What if a player says, right, I want to play for Essex, I don't want to play for London Spirit, I want to play for Essex. Who owns the players then? That's what's, I think, I mean, I'm sure this has been sorted out because, you know, when you do your due diligence or whatever, when you're spending this amount of money, you iron out these things, don't you, beforehand, or your lawyers do, anyway.
That's nicely played again by Mosley, but he won't be mid-on. Yeah, so it was a 51-49% split. And it's important to emphasize, of course, that this private investment has been made into the 100 teams and not the host professional counties or their venues. And the ECB will retain ownership of the central competition, the 100, on behalf of the game. I'll take that on Misfield at mid-on. Means that single comes at more ease than expected. 433 for 6. And ECB will retain control over the wider governance and the ability to protect both the core elements that make the 100 as unique as it is. Really emphasises on the family aspect, family audiences, men and women on the same stage, double headers at great venues, Lords, the Oval, Old Trafford. Oof. Doesn't get enough on that. One bounce into the slips. Watched well, and that will be the end of another over from Shardul Thakur. 6 runs from it.
Well, seeing how Sarfaraz Khan has been catching, I'm surprised he didn't leap forward and catch that in his mouth. It's been... He's got some tricks up his sleeve in that slip cordon. Doobie.
Yeah, I was going to say we might just see some spin.
Yeah, about time. I think we're going to be about 15 overs short at the end of the day.
Harsh Dubey coming back into the attack. He's bowled 20 overs, 1 for 84, 2 maidens. And after 26 overs since the new ball's been taken, he finally gets it back.
In he comes. And that's short and pulled out into the deep. Good work from Mukesh Kumar out there, but he'll save 2 runs.
That stung.
Yeah, it's travelling. Mosley just watchful there in defence. Mosley just tickles this one out towards the Freeman House flats, and they'll just walk through for an easy single. Agdar just runs this one down. He'll get a couple. All right. I think Zaman Akhtar's eyes might light up here. And I reckon the Cowdrey Pavilion might be where he's going.
Nope, he's going straight back to Harsh Dubey.
It won't be long. This is very sensible from Zaman Akhtar. Oh, that's got to be close. Not given. No, going down. You can see middle and off stumps.
Yeah, I was just going to say, both stumps visible. End of the over.
Yep.
As Dubé finishes that one wide of the crease, coming in to the right-hander, angling down the leg side.
Tidy from Dewey.
And change in bowling as well expected from the Nackington Road end as well. Slipping a gully in place as Harshit Rana comes back into the attack, replacing Shardul Thakur. England Lions resumed day 3, 237 for 2. Now 438 for 6. Runs posted on the scoreboard for the loss of 4 wickets throughout the course of the day, 3 of those wickets being in the morning session, and then the wicket of Tom Haines at the start of the evening session. Well, that one really has stayed low. That's it, a funny part on the pitch. And that is well stopped as well. Well stopped out there in the deep. The crowd are happy with that as well, aren't they, Dan?
They certainly were. They love good fielding, don't they, the Indian fans? Big cheer.
I think it's after yesterday when the fielding was a bit sloppy. And again, it was Sarfraz Khan. The ball's been following him today. All the catches that slip have been straight to him.
Umpire just going across the point because A, there's a short leg in place, and B, also the sun. It's quite hard to see the line there.
Tucked under by the tall Akhtar. That's got some decent carry because that has flown up above Zaman Akhtar's head, and he's a tall lad. .441 for 6. Trailing by 116 though, so it's been good going from the Lions.
You a fan of the Lions' new purple training wear?
I absolutely adore it.
Do you?
I love the purple. It's a bit of a plum colour, and it's a great one. Rides the bounce. Yeah, it's a really nice colour, and it's quite refreshing. Trendy.
You'd be wearing it out to the nightclubs of Canterbury tonight?
Now everyone's not going to know what I'm going to wear, Dan.
Oh, I've given your secrets away.
Secret away. I thought I was just going to rock up and surprise the people of Canterbury. And now you've just given away my secret. He's touched on the move there, Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah. Another reason why the umpire's gone from square leg to point is there's a leg slip in place, there's a fine leg, there's a deep square leg and a short leg, and he needs to make sure that the short leg and the deep square leg are both in front of square, otherwise it's a no ball. You can't have more than 2 behind square on the leg side. A law that came in the Bodyline series Something to do with Bradman not being able to play the short ball, I think. Something. No, it was to stop that sort of bowling.
Bit of aggression from Harshit Rana. End of the over, 441 for 6. What are your thoughts on the new kit?
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Do you know what, though? I'm just trying
to figure out where we've got the plum colour from, though.
Yeah.
There's nothing on the flag that really represents it, unless you maybe think about blending some colours.
Yeah, England Rugby have gone down this route as well, haven't they? They've gone for that sort of purpley sort of colour. But it's very different, and I like it. I'm still a sucker for the 1992 World Cup kit, though. England. Just got visions of both them owning the batting in that World Cup and smashing the opening bowlers back over their head. Mosley just turns this one into leg side, runs the first one quickly. They're going to come back for 2. Going to take the arm on, and they get home comfortably.
Yeah, that 1992 kit it's quite bright. It's like a fluorescent turquoise.
All the sides had to wear green, red and white sort of bands across the top. That's again turned into the leg side, and again Mosley takes on the fielder who can't collect the ball cleanly, and the Warwickshire man will scamper home. Oh, that's a nice shot there from Mosley again. Good placement from the bear.
I like the 2009 India T20 World Cup jersey. The dark blue.
Would you wear that to a nightclub?
Wear anything to a nightclub.
Mosley just hits this one directly to the fielder. First ball of the over, the fourth ball of the over that he won't take a 2 to. But his placement has been fantastic, Mosley.
But the 1999 World Cup kit was pretty cool as well.
Yeah. Akhtar pushes this to short extra cover. Akhtar goes big. There's that Cowdrey Pavilion. Zaman Akhtar, let the carnival begin. 6 runs.
You called this a long time ago, Dan, and he was itching to get going and finally able to use his feet here. Zaman Akhtar. He's used his long levers and goes straight through into the Colin Cowdrey stand.
Yeah, nice shot. Use of the feet, gets to the pitch of the ball and absolutely smashes it.
Time for drinks.
Absolutely smashes it into the lower tier of the Colin Cowdrey stand.
Time for the players to get a sip of some H2O. An hour after we've been back since the tea break. And we've lost the wicket of Tom Haynes here in Canterbury. 3 wickets in the morning session. It was England Lions session during the afternoon. 93-run partnership between Tom Haynes and Dan Mosley. And then unfortunately Haynes just swashing Faraz Khan with a fabulous dive to his left. He's going to be watching that on replay tonight for sure, said Faraz Khan. Well, in terms of the bowlers, Mukesh Kumar has been the pick of them. He's picked up 3 wickets so far, and all those in the morning session belong to him. And the partnerships we spoke about, Haynes and Max Holden this morning, 181 to them. So a 3 for Mukesh Kumar. That's been 1 apiece for Anshul Kamboj, Shardul Thakur and Dubey. But they brought it back nicely, India, although rather slow since yesterday. Better lines today. Slightly more attacking and for longer periods of time. But the standout, of course, being Tom Haynes in at the top, 171 to him. Max Holden, 101 to his name as well. He was dropped on 76 by somewhat controversial delivery, as I believe he might have got a slight nick onto it. Bowling by Anshul Kamboj. And the umpires believe it didn't carry through to Dhruv Jurel. But apparently, according to you, Dan Whiting, and your sources, it looked like it might have carried.
I thought it carried. I thought it carried initially. And then, when it wasn't given, you think, I must have got that wrong. But
I'm just still caught on the fact that the trajectory went through to Dhruv Jurel at. Max Holden dropped in 76, went on to make 101.
yeah, we've also got the benefit of television, you see. They see it once and we've seen it 3, 4, 5 times. So, you know, it's a wonderful benefit, isn't it, to have a look back.
I'm sure they went back and looked at it straight away.
I bet they did. Yeah, they'll look at it and they'll assess themselves. They're always sort of self-critical.
Well, drinks have been taken. Minimum 33 overs left in the day. Well, cut-off time of 6:30 here today. Still something not quite right with Dan Mosley's thigh pad.
.72, he's on Mosley. He's batted well, I think. I'd like to see him get 100. I'm just talking about one-day kit. I'll come on to it after this ball, actually.
That.
There've been some lovely kits over the years, but there've also been some shockers, haven't there, Nikki? The New Zealand kit. That's why they're called the Beige Brigade. They're fans.
Which year are we talking about?
I think it was 87 World Cup. New Zealand 87. Or New Zealand beige kit. And
umpires just coming together now.
oh, what's going on?
Having a look at the ball. Abimanyu Isharan's gone up to both the umpires and said, can you just have a look at this, James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley?
Yeah. Or Indian or Chinese in Canterbury tonight.
They are asking for some balls to be run out. Also clearly found something funny. Always time to crack a joke out there in the middle. Dan Mosley also having a look at the ball now. Just come over and said, what's all this fuss about? Come on. And so they weren't slow enough through the overs anyway. Oh wow, that New Zealand kit that you just referred to.
It just looked horrible, didn't it? And it looked, and it had like this sort of like horrible texture as well. We've got a delay in the action at the moment. Why don't they just go and check?
The big black box is out there full of cricket balls. Now, you tell me which looks 109.1 overs old.
Yeah, or 20. It's 29, isn't it?
29,
yeah.
yes, sorry, 29.
Oh no, I think it's 28, because I think they took one over.
They took one over, yeah. So we could take the new ball from 80 overs. They didn't take it on the 80th. They took it after one on the 81st. So since then...
They did throw the ball back to the umpire after 4 balls, though, didn't they? And said, is that all right? Have a look at that. And he tossed it straight back to him. But, you know, these things happen.
28 overs old, exactly. That's what they want. 28 overs and 1 ball old, that ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see things happen once a ball gets changed.
Yeah, they do. They start doing all sorts sometimes. Start reversing. Especially if a bull terrier's had a go at half the ball, it starts doing all sorts through the air.
They've chosen the ball, they're happy with it. Oh shit, Rana gives it a toss. Bottom half of the bat from Dan Mosley. He's on 72.
It's another slow session though, isn't it? 45 minutes before the schedule close, and there's still 32.4 overs left in the day.
Oh, nearly flirts with that one. Spectators still here at the ground, donning their India jerseys. Nice to see the support from the fans.
Yeah, there's all sorts of years, aren't there? It's like a sort of some of the retro kits have been on offer, and some of the more modern ones.
Well, really tries to reach for that one. So far off, he even takes his bottom hand out the shot. Yeah, we were just talking about the jerseys from different years. Some of those kids that just walked past the commentary box right now, you could say, well, you're from this year, you're from that year.
Yeah.
Little jersey museum on display here. You get some fans who really collect jerseys though, don't they? First to the shop as soon as a new one's released. A bit more sensible here from Mosley. Restricts himself. I do wonder how you just have all the space to keep all that kit.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't have the room in my designer wardrobe. My built-in designer wardrobe.
Maiden over from Harshit Rana. 4.54 for 6. Trailing by 103. Scheduled close of play 6 o'clock. Can only add a half an hour to that, which takes us to 6:30.
Which is a given.
Yeah, that's without a doubt going to be the case here this evening.
And Doobie, having been plonked for a 6, I know he's still into the attack. Is he? No, he's not.
No, it's going to be a change in bowling. Anshul Kamboj to come back into the attack.
Which will do nothing to improve the over rate, it's got to be said. Shadows just coming over the pavilion end of the ground, almost reaching the square. Flashed away by Actor. The ball just dying on Dhruv Jurel. Yeah, the sun sets just behind the bowler's arm here, or probably just behind mid-on.
That can just be a little bit awkward.
Crunched into the offside by Actor. Derbyshire moved their square around a few years ago, didn't they? Because they had a east-west facing square. So the sun would set down behind the bowler's arm. And I believe that they had to come off once due to light when the batters just couldn't see the ball.
Yeah, it's not easy. You have to end up squinting.
Yeah. Old Trafford as well, they turn the square around. Defended. Yeah, they changed the square around. And then some of the Australian grounds have got drop-in pitches.
That was the case in the T20 World Cup in the US as well. They had the pitches flown over from Australia all the way to New York.
Yeah. That's pushed through the offside by Actor. He's going to get at least 2. Good fielding.
I couldn't quite believe it when I heard that. They were bringing pictures all the way from Australia to America. And it was at the time, like, they put up these stadiums in no time. I saw a time lapse.
Yeah.
How quickly they managed to build stadiums and get it all ready in time.
like grass can't grow in America, isn't it? But in Australia, often they grow them in other parts. Come on to it after this ball. Shot, Zaman Akhtar, that's class. A cover drive of the highest quality. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat.
Good looking shot, that.
Yeah, it's in Australia often they grow them in different areas and they fly them in by helicopter and drop them in, don't they, into the pitch, because a lot of the grounds there they play Australian rules football.
Don't some of them have covered stadiums as well, mate? I'm getting confused.
Yeah,
For the football.
Yes. It's played out to mid-off. Yeah, the one where England won the World Cup in Sydney, I believe that's got a roof on it. Is it the Telstra or something like that? I can't remember what it's called.
Baseball stadiums also have covered roofs.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that at a cricket stadium? That would be pretty handy, especially if you're in England.
Yeah, but would it... I think it
wouldn't
might
have the same-
affect the sort of dynamics. Besides, don't you just love sitting out in the wind with all your notes blowing everywhere like this morning, Nikki? Having to go and get a rug from the car? Who needs covered stadiums? And Shaw to Akhtar.
Akhtar on 16 now.
And he stays on 16 as that's pushed out to middle, and that completes the over. 462 for 6. You're listening to Nikki Chowdhury and Dan Whiting here from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, about a mile north of the city centre of Canterbury. And a high-scoring encounter between England Lions and India A. India A 557 all out. England Lions 462 for 6. Looking for at least parity. Let's see what happens.
Ryan Ahmed in the England Lions squad, of course, just available for this opening match in Canterbury before joining up with England men's squad for their Vitality International T20 series against the West Indies. Won't quite pierce the gap. And Essex batter Jordan Cox is also listed in this Lions squad for these games against India A. Set to return to the second fixture again after an abdominal injury, muscle injury, which ruled him out of that test match against Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge. Will just be the one down to deep square leg. Mosley moves on to 73. 94 runs England Lions trail by. Some marks are on 16. If you were with us throughout the course of the day, then you witnessed a lovely display of batting from Tom Haynes. He scored 171. He was dropped 3 times, though, in the process. Just a push there from Zaman Akhtar. I feel like he's keen to show a little bit of aggression at the same time. Knows he needs to still hang around for a little while longer. Slipping a gully in place for him.
Well, 2 people just making their way home.
Nice looking, and he will get 1 run for that because that is a sloppy misfield at mid-off. That shouldn't be a 1 there. Harshit Rana's not going to be impressed.
No, it's not the first time during this England Lions innings there's been a misfield or a drop catch. They did get their act together, didn't they? Just after lunch today, India. They were suddenly stepped it up and they were brilliant for about an hour.
Guides down towards third. .465 for 6.
Yeah, it's unless there's some sort of funky declaration.
You really want that now.
Well, it'd be good for the game. It would be
It
good
would
for the
be.
game, but I can't see it. I think, you know, for these guys, it's about getting some practices in, isn't it?
Tall in defence from Zaman Akhtar, and that will conclude the over. 465 for 6. 92 runs England Lions trail by.
Yeah. Akhtar on to 17. I do get a bit nervous when he's batting at the pavilion ends, Zaman Akhtar, because our commentary tent is right in his arc and it's going to come straight out of the sun as well.
I heard you were a great fielder back in the day, Dan. I'm sure we can be witness to those skills.
No, they call you Safe Hands Chowdhury. You're going to protect the laptops, the screen, everything.
I'll try my best.
Mosley just pushes that back to the bowler. Another dot ball. Well, we've had 52 runs since tea. In fact, we've had, since lunch today, 130 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. And only 37 overs bowled.
Since lunch?
Yeah. Mosley just pushes that one to mid-on now. He's looking for that gap. There's a big gap on the leg side. Anshul bowling to a 6-3 field. Fine leg. Deep square leg, or deep backward square actually. And a mid-on, so there's a lot of space. But he's looking just to push it across Dan Mosley. and maybe try and make Mosley look for that vacant area and make a mistake. Oh, that's a good bouncer. Mosley pulls out of the shot.
Photo session going on to our left.
These Indian players, they can do all sorts, can't they? They can take photos, sign autographs, field, bowl. Anshul around the wicket. Mosley goes dancing down the track to him. Pushed out to deep point where he'll just pick up an easy single.
Likes to use his feet.
Anshul over the wicket to the right-handed actor, who gets up onto his toes and defends.
Like the shot from Zaman Akhtar just a few overs ago. Then he sends it into the Colin Cowdray stand. Used his feet.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll be doing that to the quicks though.
No.
That's a good stop there from Dhruv Jurel. So I think it's come off the pad of Akhtar and was going to go away for 4 runs. Down towards the Nackington Road end of the ground, but a sprawling stop cuts off the boundary. End of the over, 4-6-6 for 6. 113 overs gone. Dan Mosley 75. Zaman Akhtar's on 17, and the Lions trail by 91.
That's the 1 run from that over. Harshit Rana continuing from the Nackington Road end. The end which has the old school style of scoreboard. Not the electronic scoreboards that you see nowadays. Push for 2 here. And take on the arm. Good running between Akhtar and Mosley. Moves on to 77, Dan Mosley. Oh, nicely guided down towards deep point. Got into a good rhythm here, Dan Mosley.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's anything in it for England Lions about making a declaration now, because all they're going to do is make their bowlers toil on a flat pitch, aren't they, tomorrow?
Trailing by 88 here. Well watched by Akhtar.
Ground absolutely bathed in sunshine. Flaming June, as they say.
Is that what they say?
It wasn't flaming this morning, was it? It was cold.
Let's hope we haven't had all the sunshine crammed into spring. Slip in a gully in plays for Akhtar as he gets behind it. A play against the Lions again up in Northamptonshire on the 6th of June.
It's Friday, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Same set out as this game. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday up in Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
And that will get over on the 10th. Just pushes at this on the move. And then they'll have 10 days before the opening test. The last day of that Lions versus India A game will finish up on the 10th of June. And then they have 10 days for preparation up in Headingley.
Have you been up to Northampton?
No, I actually haven't. No, I've been told to go. I just haven't been sent there yet.
Yeah, it's not everyone's favourite on the circuit, but the people are good up there. Everyone's really friendly.
Oh, with a bit of fire from Harshit Rana. Has absolutely nailed the stumps down by Zaman Akhtar, who has to dodge out of the way.
You've got to be careful doing that these days, though. If the ball hits the batter, it's 5 penalty runs. Not like the old days where, you know, they were like a coconut shy. Just where you could just hurl it back at the batter. Now if you hit the batter, 5 penalty runs.
Well, he ends the over with a bit of fire and aggression. 469 for 6. The Lions. Just a bit of a hold up again. Helmets being brought out. Dhruv Jarrell gets his helmet.
Yeah, looks like Arsh Doobie's coming back on, isn't he?
Yep, with his sunglasses on from the pavilion end.
As Mosley pulls him. Swivel pull down to deep backward square. Right, Zaman Akhtar. Where's he going here? I fancy the Frank Woolley stand this time. Drainful from Akhtar.
Yeah, a few spectators sat up there in the Frank Woolley stand.
Yes, good view from up there. Akhtar pushes that into the onside. Moves on to 18 with that. Quickly run single. Yes, very good view from up there. Oh, I mean, obviously we see it more or less, don't we, from the commentary box when we've worked for the BBC here, which is next door on the end of the Cheeseman stand. Just where the Cheeseman and the Woolley meet each other.
It's like a greenhouse in that commentary box.
It does get warm. That's deft from Mosley. And good placement, gets him 2 more.
Moves on to 81 with that, Dan Mosley.
Punches this, but can only pick out mid-wicket. Still looks a good wicket though, doesn't it? I know we've had the odd one that's shown signs of wear and tear as that's gone out to deep backward square. But nothing's really misbehaved. Nothing's gone through the top or, you know, scuttled along the ground, has it? It's just general wear and tear. That completes the over. 474 for 6 at the end of the 115th. Mosley 82, Akhtar 18. You're listening to Nikki Chowdhury and Dan Whiting. And we'll be here tomorrow bringing you all the high octane action of this clash from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
Yeah, just 18 runs shy, Dan Mosley, of getting his maiden first-class century. And we have a change in bowling as well from the Nackington Road end.
He's never got one.
No.
Wow.
He's got 12 50s.
Yeah.
Well, make it 13 with this one. Yeah, not got one.
Ah, come on, Dan. Get yourself on the Canterbury Honours Board, mate.
Anshul Kamboj. Slip and a gully in place. That's going to come off the thigh pad. He looks at Akhtar as though to question the run. They'll come through. It'll be a leg bite. Fields one slip, a gully, deep point, cover, mid off. Mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg, and fine leg. For Akhtar, the right hander, it's on 18. Tall push to extra cover.
I've just tripped over the leg of my chair there.
I was wondering what was going on. Crash, bang, wallop. He's been impressive, Anshul Kamboj.
Yeah. He's been he's done a job, hasn't he? He's tidied up one end. He's only gone for 65 and he's in his 22nd over. In the context of this game, he's been quite parsimonious. Bit like me at the bar.
Doesn't quite time that well enough. Zaman Akhtar. Trailing by 82. 26 overs left in the day, or as many they can bowl up until 6:30, which is 44 minutes away. Got a smile on his face, Anshul Kamboj, which is nice to see.
Yeah.
Late in the day.
Oh.
Lovely there from Zaman Akhtar. On the up, and that will find the boundary. That's the second time he's played that shot so far today. And he moves on to 22 for 79 for 6 England Lions.
It wouldn't surprise me if later in his career Zaman Akhtar ends up as a 6 or a 7. I think he's already moved up from a 10 to a number 8. I think he could be a 6 or a 7 at county level.
Still room for promotion.
Yeah.
Miscued to mid-on as a big breeze takes some dust out. And that will be the end of the over.
He's still not that old. I think he's 25 maybe?
24 actually.
24, done him a disservice.
Never take a year from anyone.
No.
They make a huge difference, Dan.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
It's like you'd never tell a fast bowler that they're a mile per hour shorter than slower than what they actually are. And just like that, you'll never take a year of age out of anyone. It hurts.
Right, one of the Indian sides just thrown a drink on to one of his players, and the top's come off the bottle and gone everywhere, all over the outfield. Doobie to continue from the pavilion end. Swept out to deep backward square. And they'll just amble through for a single. Akhtar pushing this one out to mid-off, who's probably about 20 yards in from the boundary rope in front of the dressing rooms, and he'll pick up a single. Swept again. Was in the air for a while. Or just going out to deep square, and they're just milking the ones at the moment at the England Lions. Another one to Akhtar.
Nicely done by Akhtar. Just opens the back leg up, opens the front leg up to access the onside.
Yeah. Akhtar's one of two Gloucestershire players in this England Lions 11, Ajit Singh Dale being the other. There's also been a third within the Lions frame over the last year in Ollie Price. That's cut with aplomb by Mosley, and that's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot.
Goes on to 88 with that one.
Goes sweeping. I think he's got a top edge on that. I think he's going to get 4 runs as well. Yes, he does. He wasn't in control of that, but
It's gone so fine that's going to run away towards the boundary.
yeah, that's a expensive over there. Runs off every ball of the over. 12 off it. 4 singles, 2 fours.
Moves into the 90s. Dan Mosley, 92.
We're 5 minutes before the schedule cut-off, but with a minimum of 25 remaining in the day, I think India A are going to be 16 overs short, which is, at the rate that they're bowling, an hour and a half short of the play. It should be an hour short of the play in terms of overs lost.
Some of the Lions players now just taking a stroll around the boundary line here. Time to stretch the legs, release some lactic acid. I'll have a change in bowling as well from the Nackington Road end. Anshul Kamboj came on just the 1 over.
A lot of the players often walk in and out of visiting sides here. I don't know where the Lions are staying, but visiting county sides to Kent tend to stay. There's a hotel in the city centre.
Yeah, it's walkable, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can't get a coach in there. It's down a sort of really tight, cobbledy street. So sides tend to leave their coach here at the ground and the players walk in and out.
Back of a length there from Mukesh Kumar. Anshul Kamboj being taken off after that 1 over from this Nackington Road end. Well, that one stayed low.
Yeah. Yeah, that grubbed. Straighter on the stumps here. One thing that struck me over the last few days, how friendly the Indian community is. But, you know, everyone says hello.
We're a friendly bunch.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really.
Oh, you're just giving me an indirect compliment here, Dan. You know what, Nikki? You're actually quite a nice person. I wouldn't have thought of it.
But everyone's sort of having a good time.
Oh, we're always here for a good time, Dan. I can tell you that.
And there's people here from 80 to 4.
Love our cricket. Doesn't get past point.
And it's fantastic to see. It really is. It's good.
Well, we love our cricket. We're always here for a good time, no matter what our age is.
Yeah, it's sort of really positive for the future of the game as well, seeing how many kids here are enjoying themselves and having a good time.
Well, they say cricket is a religion, right, in India. It's a passion
Quite right as well.
that many share. Bottom edge. It's not going to be fielded cleanly by Gully. We'll get a hand to it.
Where's that drop catch?
No, it's gone on the bounce. Gone on the bounce. Will just be the one. So 1 run so far off this over from Mukesh Kumar. Been enjoying themselves over the last 3 days. The Indian fans, spectators in the ground, mingling, playing games. Bit pushy at that one. We'll conclude the end of the over. 491 for 6. Mosley on 92. Akhtar with 24. Trailing by 66 now. Sharing lunches as well. Can always see that.
Yeah.
Always here for a good time.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's wonderful. And people of Kent as well. They're a friendly bunch here at Canterbury. It's a small but hospitable club. And I think there have been some friendships made between the locals and the Indian community. And the Indian community, it's less than an hour from London, so
quite easy to travel down to.
yeah, hopefully Kent might see a few of these guys at their T20 games. Tickets are available on their website, and I think they are playing the odd one, or there's some Metro Bank stuff at Beckenham as well in southeast London, which is a very nice ground in the shadow of Crystal Palace. All the games are on the Kent website, where they are, who they're against. That's where you can grab your tickets as well. Reversed, and that is nailed. It's gone out of screws, Amanakta. That's the hockey shot. Drills it square through point. Reverse sweep. We've seen the brawn from Akhtar. That's the brains as he just paddle sweeps that. End the over. England Lions are 502 for 6. Akhtar into the 30s. Mosley 3 shy of what will be his maiden first. Mosley 3 shy of what will be his maiden first class 100.
Yeah, exciting times for Dan Mosley. Really be able to take in the moment. Accompany Dan Mosley. And these two have managed to maintain that run rate even since we lost the wicket of Tom Haynes. .419 for 6 we were when Tom Haynes was caught at slip by Sarfraz Khan. 83 runs these two have put on between them. Mukesh Kumar making some adjustments in his field in terms of angles. And he looks to turn this into the leg side.
Television, the sun's so bright in our eyes here.
One looks for the second. 98 he moves on to. Tom Haynes yesterday was on 98, then absolutely scampered through for a couple to bring up his century. Took on the arm. Just some of the India A squad walking around the boundary here. They're shouting it to it. Talking to some of the kids on the boundary line saying, I'll give you your photo tomorrow. Just as you were praising them, Dan, saying they've been so friendly. They're just walking around now. Just walking around now. Just walking around now. And this is flicked away. And that should run all the way down towards the boundary. And that will be his maiden first-class century there for Dan Mosley. And what a shot to bring it up in style. A celebration he fully deserves here today in Canterbury. And you can see exactly what it means to him. He's been out there, he's done the hard work, he showed his true grit as he kisses the helmet. He'll be his teammates fully appreciative of that knock on the balcony. 102 for him, and England Lions 508 for 6.
Yep, they'll be raising a glass in Coventry. I think it could be bingo time now. I think it could be, you could see the ball flying around I think now Mosley's got his 100.
Yeah, I'm going to change in bowling from the pavilion, and Nitish Kumar Reddy coming back into the attack.
It's
two slips here. Sarfaraz Khan and Yashas.
Mosley faces, gets up on his toes, just having a look. Mosley faces, gets up on his toes, just having a look. 20 minutes for the close. Let's say on your screens, if you're watching back at home, there's a minimum of 21.5. I think we're going to get 5 max. India will be showing a rate of -16 if this was a county championship game, which is unheard of. That's edged and will run away to the Nackington Road end for 4 runs. No one really interested in going and get the ball. India look flat. It's been a long day in the field.
It has indeed. Even those words of encouragement from Ishan Kishan and Khalil Ahmed as they walked around the boundary line couldn't really increase the buzz around the ground.
Mosley just plays that one to mid-on. Wristily. He's a wristy player, isn't he?
He is. He's got good control of it. Sometimes you see batters who just kind of tend to go and they're quite greedy with it, but he's got control and knows when to break the wrists.
It's played out behind square on the offside, and Mosley will come back for 2.
.515 for 6 hit.
Yeah, Mosley will be celebrating tonight. He just defends that into the offside. Neither side seem to be wanting to engineer something here, though, do they? The Lions not really opening up. And India A still flicked. Oh, that's good fielding out in the deep. Very good. Really good. Is that Karen Nett? No. Who's that? I can't see. We've got the sun in our eyes. It's hard to see.
Have sunglasses on.
Yeah, I know, but it's still so bright. Anyway, it was 2 to Mosley and 5.17 for 6. Mosley's on to Nelson with Zaman Akhtar on 31. You're listening to Nikki Chowdhury and Dan Whiting here at the end of day 3. Join us tomorrow, 10:55. We'll be back on air.
Live from 10:55 tomorrow for day 4 here at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury, where we hope that the weather will be kinder to us and not as breezy.
No.
Although it is sunny now. All rides that one well. Short ball from Mukesh Kumar. Just shadows a little guide. Deflection does Zaman Akhtar.
Is that Ishan Kishan nearest us?
That is. Every person that's walked around the boundary today, you're like, is that Ishan Kishan? Well, this one actually is as he sips his coffee. Walking around the ground. Down towards deep square. They really run the first one hard. Eye up the second. They won't be allowed it. 26 years of age. Also from Bihar. Just the same place where Mukesh Kumar is from. In the IPL. Plays for the Sunrisers Hyderabad. He too just played his last game 7 days ago against Kolkata Knight Riders. He too just played his last game 7 days ago against Kolkata Knight Riders. Dan Mosley, 112.
It's a hub of technology, isn't it, Hyderabad?
It is. Bengaluru as well. Bangalore.
Is that down the south as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is. Down the south. Bangalore, the air-conditioned city of India. Oh, up and everything on that. That's a lovely looking shot. And it runs away for 4 runs. Moves on to 36. England lines 523 for 6. Now trailing by 34. That one will beat the bat. Goes in at nice height into the gloves of Dhruv Jurel. And on the topic of Ishan Kishan, Dan, did you know he made his first class debut for Jharkhand at the age of 16?
No. That's pretty young.
It is pretty young.
Yeah.
And he scored 105 50s in his first 10 first class matches.
That's the end of today's match. I've got a couple of grounds that I do want to visit in India.
Which are?
I'd like to go to that one in Ahmedabad in the Gujarat, which looks a stunning stadium.
Oh, the new
the new one.
Yeah,
yeah.
The Modi Stadium. It's going to be a wide. Tiring out here now. And the zip he was approaching the crease with has well and truly dialed down.
And the other one I want to go to is the one in Dharamshala.
Oh, I really want
with
to go
the
to that one.
snow-capped Himalayas in the background. It just looks stunning.
I'm not sure how much work you'd get done if you get sent out there. I'd probably just get distracted by looking at the views.
Yeah, it looks absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
But I'd like to go to Eden Gardens as well for the history and Mumbai.
Strong top hand straight to point will conclude the end of the over as well. 524 for 6. Now, Mumbai though. Mumbai.
Well, Slumdog Millionaire is one of my favourite films, so, you know, there you go.
I think it's a very good blend. It's quite a cosmopolitan city.
It's changed a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There you go.
I think it's a very good blend. It's quite a cosmopolitan city.
It's changed a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah. Talking there.
A lot. A hell of a lot.
Yeah, the Dharamshala Stadium. This one I would love to some leg spin.
This might well be the last over of the day, actually.
It's got 9 minutes till 6:30.
So probably the last over of the day then. He's only off 5 paces. Mosley pulls that one out to deep mid-wicket.
Very interesting where slip was positioned. Quite far back.
Yeah, I think this is...
Just been moved out the way now.
I think the competitive edge may have slightly disappeared from this game, but it's still good fun. Everyone's having a good time. Ooh, Zaman Akhtar's almost played on there.
Well, the spectators are enjoying it.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Tries to flick it, but misses it. And a good take from Dhruv Jurel. Every ball Sarfraz Khan is bowling here. He's getting cheers from the crowd. Oh, he's beaten Akhtar outside the off stump. This is good stuff here.
He's enjoying this, Sarfraz Khan.
He should have bowled earlier. I'd have had him in the third over of the game. Short, and Akhtar punches this out to long off.
He's got someone there just in case he drops it in short.
I know, speaking to the pros, they hate facing the part-timers. You know, when sometimes a wicket-keeper takes his pads off and they have a bowl.
Like sometimes when you've seen Virat Kohli come into bowl and he bowls off the wrong foot.
They hate it because they don't want to get out. They do not want to get out to a part-timer.
You don't see it often.
Sarfraz is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Mosley. Oh, there could be a mix-up here. Mosley wanted one, Akhtar didn't, and sent him back, and it's all happening in this Sarfraz Khan over. He should have bowled earlier. He's creating havoc.
All going on here in Canterbury now. There's 2 runs off the over from Sarfraz Khan, his first over of the day. And we will have time for another.
Got to change at the other end now.
Karuna is going to be having a bolt. And trying the unexpected here, India A. Straight to mid-wicket, the double centurion. Giving his arm and go with the ball. Respectfully played back to Naya. I love this. This is good. Just as you started to think things are really slowing down here today, India, he said, why don't we shoot our shot here?
Wow.
Crowd's enjoying it.
That's turned and bounced and done the lot, that has.
Yeah, there's a part of me, Dan, that just thinks that when India came out and had a look at the pitch on day one, they might have been just slightly misread it, hence they went with the one spinner of Harsh Dubey. Just be the one.
Yeah. So Zaman Akhtar will definitely be coming back in the morning. Will Mosley be joining him?
We'll be getting another over after this, Dan.
Do you reckon?
Still got 3 minutes at hand with the ball left in this over from Karun Nair. Mosley on 113.
That clock's fast.
Two slips in place. And the figure goes up. Karun Nair comes into the attack. He goes round the wicket to the left-handed Dan Mosley. And he strikes him on the pad as he goes off the back foot, looking to create room. And that will be stumped here on day 3. That is a very, very big breakthrough here for India A. And it, of course, has come to Karun Nair, the part-time spinner. And safe to say, they'll be heading off with a grin on their face now, India A.
Yeah, well, the England Lions started the day today on 237 for 2, and they've seen it on to 527 for 7. Tom Haynes got his 100 last night. He moved his score on to 171, but there was time in the day for Max Holden to get his 100. He finished up on 101, and Dan Mosley got 113 before he was dismissed. The last ball of the day there, part-time bowling of Karun Nair. But it's been an enjoyable day's cricket. Even though it's been slow at times, it's still been a lovely day's cricket. There's the match summary on your screen there.
India A bowled out for 557 yesterday. Lions resumed 237 for 2 on day 3. Tom Haynes goes on to get his 171. Dan Mosley 113 for him, and Max Holden 101 to him. Emilio Gay contributing with 46, and he was out yesterday. But for Mukesh Kumar, he was in all his glory in the morning session, picking up those 3 wickets. The wickets of Max Holden, James Rue and Rayhan Ahmed. Max Holden caught behind for 101. James Rue trapped LBW and Rayhan Ahmed caught at second slip by Sarfraz Khan with a fabulous catch. And of course that wasn't the only catch that Sarfraz Khan took today. He caught Tom Haynes out on 171 with diving to his left and showing great agility right there. And now, well, of course, just the wicket of Dan Mosley to close off things here today. And Mosley will have to go for 113 after being trapped LBW by Karun Nair, the part-time spinner. And that is all that occurred on day 3 here at the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence in Canterbury. England Lions trail by 30 runs. And we will be back with you tomorrow with all the action on day 4, the final day, right here from 10:55 a.m. Thank you for joining Dan Whiting and myself, Nikki Chowdhury. But for now, we wish you a lovely evening ahead, and we'll see you back bright and early tomorrow.
Guys, who's the bat? I'm bowling.
For many, they wait for one call. And like you, I dreamt about it over and over again.
At home. At training. In the street. With friends.
You see, when you answer your call and you pull on the shirt, a fire is lit.
This is it, the team for you. You love it, you don't think of much else. Drawn to its past, its people. To moments you can't describe. It's a skillful game, a passionate game, an extraordinary game.
It's a game for you, for me, for all of us.
So this is your call.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket.
Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that. A game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball. More than winning and losing. What makes cricket cricket is us.
Everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
Save up to an extra £1,000 on a new Toyota. The Toyota-thon is on. Sale event ends 31st of May.
Pennington for the Notts Outlaws, all in green. Wells down the pitch, hammers it out towards the leg side, over the rope for 6. It's Pennington to Wells, drilled away through cover. Only be, he's timed playful in T20 cricket. That's walloped away by Jennings, out towards the leg side boundary, out to deep mid-wicket, in fact, over the wicket to Jennings, steps across the stumps and scoops it over his shoulder, and down towards the boundary for 4 balls to Wells, goes again, leg side, it's in the air, it's gone for 4 in the end. Third over, into Jennings, he plays that in between the legs of Luke Wells, but beautifully pushed down the ground. Balls. Wells forces it through the offside. He gets it in between the gap and gets 4. Pennington to Jennings. That's 4. Slapped down the ground to the left of mid-off. Pennington in to Jennings. Oh, goodness, he's clubbed that down the ground. It's a good job Wells got out the way of it. Final ball of the power play. Hits it down the ground. Michael Gough gets out the way just about from around the wicket. In and balls to Jennings. He goes high towards the leg side, behind square, down towards the boundary. He's gone for another 6. Jennings for the Notts Outlaws. Wells on strike. In balls. It's a wallop by Wells. Over deep mid-wicket, in towards the sofas. Huge hit for 6. 73 without loss. Wells moves to 34.
Well, it's super.
Indeed. Patterson-White. In and balls, driven down the ground by Jennings, all the way, straight for 6 by Keaton Jennings. He moves to 42. Lancashire Lightning, 82 without loss. Wells on the reverse this time. It's a great shot. 4 from Wells. It's outrageous, really, to get that up and above the infield. From around the wicket.
4.
Thickish edge from Wells, down towards third, running up towards the boundary. And there's Bumble called it.
But he's told everybody to stop. Now he's ready. Harrison will bowl to him down on the leg side. Actually turns across the face of him, and that's actually been perfectly placed for another 4 there on the onside. This is going so well here.
They split the 2 scouts out on the boundary.
And he's brought up a half century and a century for the team. Now this has gone high and straight. It's a big 6. You tell me there isn't feeling in this. 57 for Wells, 100. Enriquez bowls again into the offside. Again, another one looks to be taken the pace off. And that one is a signal to finish off. So that's 6 coming from that over. 116 for no wicket. That's another half century brought up. This time Jennings is 50 off 27 balls. They really need wickets. They really need to break up this partnership. That's reverse. How far has that gone on reverse? It's been the field. It's a 6. That's travelled some distance. I'm hopeless on yardage, but that really has gone some distance. Very little back on that as well. It was all in the timing, and that's gone straight. Is there anybody down here just in front of us? Well, no, there isn't. Well, it's gone another 6. Successive 6s here. This one straight takes Lancashire up to 130 for no wicket. From the Jimmy Anderson end, looking to ramp that, and it gets it away really cute and clever again. Is it going to get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Now to Wells. Hope that doesn't spoil their concentration. He's gone big, straight again. Is that gone for 6? Yeah. Yes, it has. Just over the rope in front of that wonderful, iconic pavilion. And he's bowling to Jennings, who looks to ramp that one away, and he does. The timing is just impeccable. Sam's bowls to him now the left armour. Well, that was almost as if somebody had punched him in the stomach playing that shot. But here is Harrison in and bowls and hammered down the ground by Luke Wells for 6 more. 4 or 5 rows back, arrow straight. Wells to 80, 160 without loss. In to complete the over. He's gone again, big. Wow. Luke Wells, goodness me. It's a monster hit again to that end. Over the wicket, balls short, pulled. 6 more. 6 for Jennings. And that now is Lancashire's highest partnership in T20 cricket. 177 without loss. Pennington to Wells. Uppercuts it. Does he clear the infield? He might be going here. It's a good catch. Really good tumbling catch by Matt Montgomery.
Ashton Turner's coming in now. This is a good catch just over his right shoulder. I think is it Montgomery who takes the catch, which breaks this partnership, but they've played.
Sands for the Outlaws, in balls, clobbered down the ground by Jennings. Has he got enough to clear the man? He has. Sam's in, balls to Jennings. He's gone for a big hit, but it's in the air.
No.
Gone. Caught by Clark inside the circle.
Side, he relinquished the red ball captaincy. Must have been a difficult time for him, but he's just expressed himself here.
It's a job right now. He's gone on the reverse this time.
Caught.
Brilliant catch. To go. comes Sam's ball.
Oh, yes.
Hurst. Hurst gets the boundary. Hurst gets the 6. Slug swept out towards deep mid-wicket. Just what Lancashire were hoping for. Final ball. Sams to Hurst. In and bowls. Swats it away to the leg side. He'll hurry 1. And they will turn. And they'll try and force 2. And in the end, they'll come back pretty comfortably for a second. And it's finished in their innings. It's hit firmly by James. That'll be 4. Down towards the boundary, backward square leg. It's Stanley in, balls to Clark. Gets bat and ball this time, and it's over short third, down towards the boundary. In and balls to Clark. Carved down towards wide third. Oh! Went for it on the leg side boundary. Aspinwall in. Hammered to cover. Gone. Clark departs for 12. Turner takes the catch.
Get a new batter in. Stop the momentum. Full length ball. And Clark looking to get a little bit of room leg side to hit through the offside.
Aspinwall balls again.